Chapter 2955. The Ice Master was pleased with herself. Everyone who saw the Ice Heart said the same thing. The Ice Heart had nurtured the Ice Spirit race, which was why the March Alliance had once said that they wanted to steal the Ice Heart and completely dissolve the Ice Spirit race. Losing the Ice Heart meant that the Ice Spirit race would perish. Senior, how many people have seen the Ice Heart? Luin asked. The Ice Master thought for a moment. Other than the 5 Spirit race, only a few people from the Thunder Master's side have seen it. Like my master, Jiang Qingyue said. The Ice Master grunted. Your master Kong Tianzhao has seen it. His final battle with himself took place in the Ice Spirit race. Lu Yin raised a brow. What did she mean? What did she mean by his final battle with himself? Jiang Qingyue's expression darkened. Other than them, no one else has seen it. Right, Burong has seen it as well. Lu Yin asked. Has anyone or any creature related to the Eternals seen it? The Ice Master was certain. No. Only those recognized by our race can see the Ice Heart. Otherwise, not even the 5 Spirit race can see it. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The most important reason he had come to see the Ice Heart was to imitate it and bring it back to the Eternals for an explanation. Of course, he had to make sure that the Eternals did not know what the Ice Heart looked like. Imitating the Ice Heart was not easy, but he could do it as long as he had an extreme ice stone. Why do you ask? The Ice Master was curious. Lu Yin did not hide anything. I want to imitate the Ice Heart and bring it back to the Eternals for an explanation. The Ice Master shook her head. Impossible. The Eternals are not stupid. The Ice Heart is unique and there isn't a second one in the parallel universe. It cannot be imitated. Even our race's oldest extreme ice stone is far from the Ice Heart. Senior, can you give me an extreme ice stone? I don't need it to be that old. Anyone will do, Lu Yin said. Anyone? The Ice Master was confused. Was this person really planning to use an extreme ice stone to imitate the Ice Heart to trick the Eternals? That was suicide. Jiang Qingyue was worried. Brother Lu, your plan will not succeed. The Ice Heart cannot be imitated. Lu Yin said, don't worry, I'll think of another way. The Ice Master gave Lu Yin an extreme ice stone and did not try to persuade him any further. This Dao Master Lu was not a fool. Lu Yin stared at the extreme frost stone in a daze. It was cold to the touch and it was much colder than the one he had obtained in the past. Evidently, the Ice Master had not given it to him casually and it had to be quite old. The age of this extreme ice stone is not bad. The oldest extreme ice stone is the true life-saving treasure. Lu Yin put away the stone. I know. I've even used it before. The Ice Master was surprised. You used it before? Lu Yin nodded. The Ice Master looked at Lu Yin. That's not possible. Extreme ice stones that can freeze life force and save lives are too rare. Even my family only has one such stone. We did have a few in the past, but they've all been used up. Lu Yin did not retort and he immediately took out Ming Yan. The moment Ming Yan appeared, the Ice Master's expression changed drastically. No. Lu Yin jumped in fright, unable to react in time. The frozen Ming Yan suddenly moved towards Bing Exin. Lu Yin was shocked and he hurriedly tried to stop her. However, the moment his hand touched Ming Yan, his entire arm froze. It was a frozen sequence particle. Let go. The Ice Master grabbed him. Yan, Lu Yin said anxiously. She's fine. The Ice Master stopped Lu Yin, who stared blankly as Ming Yan entered Bing Exin. He was completely stunned and his mind went blank. Brother Lu. Jiang Qingyue shouted. Lu Yin stared at her. Senior, what's going on? If not for the Ice Master stopping him, he would have been able to snatch Yen'er back. The Ice Master opened her mouth, looking at both Bing Exin and Lu Yin in a daze. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. Senior, what's going on? Jiang Qingyue did not understand. She looked at Bing Exin but Ming Yan was nowhere to be seen. She knew of Ming Yan's existence. She was Lu Yin's most important wife. If this matter was not handled properly, it would be troublesome. Everything had happened too quickly. The Ice Master bitterly replied, don't worry, this is that person's fortune. Lu Yin did not understand. The Ice Master turned to face Bing Exin. That person should be about to die, which is why she was frozen by the extreme frost stone. Being frozen by the extreme frost stone is indeed useful, and one day an extreme powerhouse might be able to save her. Now that she has entered Bing Exin, it's no longer just a matter of being frozen, but also her fortune. Not only has her vitality been frozen, but even her time has been frozen. One day someone might be able to revive her. She might possess the power of frost, which is equivalent to the human ice spirit clan, and an extremely powerful one at that. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was there such a thing? Jiang Qingyue was astonished. She's both frozen and cultivated at the same time? The ice master bitterly replied, something like that. To them it's a fortune, but to the ice spirit clan it's a huge loss. It took a long time for Bing Xian to form, and freezing one person already caused us to lose a lot of laws. Now that a second person has appeared, we don't even know if Bing Xian will be used up. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you take out the extreme frost stone. Bing Xian is very greedy, and her favorite food is ancient extreme frost stones. The clan originally had a few extreme frost stones that could freeze vitality, but most of them were consumed by Bing Xian. That human was frozen by Bing Xian, and the moment the extreme frost stone appeared, Bing Xian swallowed it whole. The person inside is basically frozen in Bing Xian's heart. I was too careless. Lu Yin relaxed. Does that mean Yen'er is fine? The ice master was helpless. Not only is she fine, but she's also fine. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and stared at Bing Xian. He had not looked at her like this before, as he was afraid that the ice spirit clan would be displeased, but now he could not care less. With his celestial eye he saw frozen sequence particles circling around Bing Xian. There were even more sequence particles inside, and he could vaguely see a figure lying inside. Yen'er? Why are there two of them? There are two people inside. Lu Yin was shocked. Jiang Qingyue was startled, but not by Lu Yin's words. Rather, it was because Lu Yin's expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. Was it really that scary? The ice master replied, there was already one person frozen inside. Lu Yin relaxed, his heart thumping wildly. So that's how it is. That's good, that's good. He had thought that Yen'er had a split personality, and that she had two personalities to begin with. Such a guess had horrified him. Who's the other one? Is it a human as well? Jiang Qingyue was curious. The ice master stared at Lu Yin. You can see through Bing Xian? It's vague. Lu Yin did not hide anything. The ice master sighed. You're not even an extreme realm powerhouse, but you can see through Bing Xian. As expected of Dao Master Lu. He sighed and then looked at Jiang Qingyue. There's another person inside. You know her, Qingyue? Jiang Qingyue was puzzled. I know her. Right, your father forbade me from saying anything. Forget it, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Jiang Qingyue's eyes flickered and widened. It's her? Don't say anything even if you remember. Your father keeps this person's existence a secret. The ice master stopped her. Jiang Qingyue nodded. She smiled. She's not dead. That's great. Senior Ice Master, how did Yen'er come out? As long as a powerhouse who can save her arrives, they can bring her out. I can't do that. Lu Yin looked at Bing Xian with a complicated expression. Staying here was a blessing, but he would have to leave her for a while. For a moment his heart felt empty. The Ice Master was in a bad mood as well. The Lightning Master had paid a huge price to freeze the person inside Bing Xian, but now another one had appeared out of nowhere without paying a single price. No matter how she looked at it, the Ice Spirit Clan was at a disadvantage. Brother Lu, how's the injury on your arm? Jiang Qingyue asked. Lu Yin looked at his arm. It's fine. I'll be fine after a while. His arm had been frozen by Bing Xian, and if not for the Ice Master's quick reaction, his entire body would have been frozen. Speaking of which, he should thank the Ice Master for saving Yen'er and Yen. To the Ice Spirit Clan, the most valuable thing was still the Extreme Ice Stone. It would be perfect if they could also create in Bing Xian, and that was something that Lu Yin might be able to accomplish. He left the Ice Spirit Realm and did not immediately return to the Eternals. Instead, he wanted to upgrade the Extreme Ice Stone and see if he could create in Bing Xian. Jiang Qingyue did not leave either, as she had come to the Ice Spirit Realm to cultivate. Atop the snowy mountain, a snow-white tornado swept through the area. This planet was not suitable for living, but it was suitable for Lu Yin to enter seclusion. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He tapped it and began to roll it. He rolled one and a powdery item fell out. Lu Yin looked at it and saw that it was a seasoning packet. He threw it away and continued. 5 and he could borrow an innate gift. There was no one else here that he could borrow an innate gift from. Lu Yin exhaled and took out an extreme ice stone. This one was much larger than the one that had frozen Yin. Lu Yin split it into two and that was enough. He tossed one on and began to upgrade it rapidly. This extreme ice stone was equivalent to the previous one that had been upgraded about 10 times, and this upgrade had cost him 7 billion star essence. As he watched the extreme ice stones continuously drop, this amount of money was nothing to Lu Yin. He had close to 100 trillion star essence. As the extreme ice stone continued to upgrade, the frigid aura that it contained underwent a qualitative change. When one upgrade required 1 trillion star essence, even Lu Yin was a little apprehensive of the extreme ice stone's frigid aura. That was not enough, so he continued. Again and again. Eventually, Lu Yin managed to upgrade it 10 times, which was equivalent to upgrading the extreme ice stone 20 times. This upgrade required 5 trillion star essence. This was not a simple amount, as repairing a single book of destiny had only cost 6 trillion star essence. As the extreme ice stone slowly descended, its surface suddenly cracked and turned into mist that surrounded the stone's surface. The entire area instantly froze and the mist spread into outer space. A purplish-black substance appeared in Lu Yin's left hand, and he grabbed the extreme ice stone. If not for his Master Realm battle force, he felt that he would not have been able to withstand it. This stone should be able to disguise itself as an ice heart. This frigid aura was something that even sequence laws powerhouses would be wary of. Even Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had not truly touched the ice heart, which meant that he was more likely to believe that it was real. Furthermore, the extreme ice stone had not been upgraded to the peak, and there was still room for improvement. The only question was how many times it could be upgraded. If it could be upgraded to the level of an ice heart, would that mean that anyone who cultivated within it would gain the ability to freeze? Would that also mean that it would be possible to freeze sequence laws? Lu Yin's eyes burned as he looked at the extreme ice stone in his hand. This was also a path to becoming stronger. Chapter 2956. Lu Yin put away the extreme ice stone and then upgraded the other one to the same level, spending a total of 10 trillion star essence. He had thought it through. He would give one to the Ice Master to make up for the losses that Yennefer had caused when she entered the Ice Heart, and he would use the other to trick the Eternals. As for his origins, he would tell the truth. He had already passed the time where he needed to hide his identity, and the Eternals had probably already identified several of his abilities. Upgrading external objects should be the first to be confirmed. Lu Yin took the 2 extreme ice stones back to the Ice Spirit Realm, and when he laid them out in front of the Ice Master, he was stunned. He stared blankly. Path Master Lu, this is? Lu Yin handed one of the stones to the Ice Master. I wonder if this can be disguised as the Ice Heart? The Ice Master picked up the extreme ice stone. Not only did the extreme ice stone's chill not affect him, but it even helped him cultivate. Their cultivation came from the chill, just like how one of his subordinates had been able to increase his strength by consuming poison. This was a method that outsiders could not learn. The Ice Master stared at the extreme ice stone for a long time before solemnly returning it to Lu Yin. Path Master Lu, is this the stone that I gave you split into 2? Lu Yin smiled. That's right. Although the Ice Master had thought of this and had asked about it and he had even received an affirmative answer, he still felt like it was a fantasy. An extreme ice stone had been upgraded to such an old one in such a short period of time. This was not a dream, right? Lu Yin looked at the Ice Master's dazed expression, which was comical no matter how he looked at it. He explained, I have the ability to shorten the time it takes to grow. The Ice Master was speechless. This was shortening? This was basically shortening the time. He really did not know what to say. Lu Yin handed the extreme ice stone back to the Ice Master. This extreme ice stone is compensation for the damage that Yennefer caused to the Ice Heart. If it's not enough, I can help the Ice Spirit Clan shorten the time it takes to grow. What do you think of this compensation? The Ice Master took a deep look at the extreme ice stone and accepted it. Path Master Lu, this ability to shorten the time it takes to grow must come at a great price. Lu Yin exhaled. It's worth it. He did not say what the price would be, but the more he did not say, the more the Ice Master felt that the price would be great. This price was close to the Ice Heart's price. It's a coincidence that your people were sealed in the Ice Heart. There's no need to make up for it. Sec Master Lu, please take it back. The Ice Master declined. Lu Yin insisted on giving it to her. Extreme ice stones don't mean much to me. Besides, I still have another one. Senior said that Bingxin likes to eat extreme ice stones, so I'll give it to her. The ice master tried to refuse again and again, but in the end she could only accept. His impression of Lu Yin had changed again and again, and it was no longer a matter of admiration. He thought about how Lu Yin's ability would be of great help to the 5 spirit tribes. In the future they might all need to rely on this person's abilities. The ice master's attitude towards Lu Yin was constantly changing, and Lu Yin could sense it. He had also witnessed the strength of the 5 spirit tribes, and the Above Heaven sect needed such assistance. The 6 Direction Society had the help of experts from the alien realms. That was a part of the 6 Direction Society. Above the Heavens was above the heavens. Since he had propped up the Heavens Above Heaven sect, he wanted to walk down the path that the Heavens Above Heaven sect had once been at its most glorious. Back then, the Heavens Above Heaven sect might not have needed the help of the outsiders, as they had been the strongest in their own right. They had been strong enough to suppress the Eternals, and they had even left the reincarnation spacetime and the wood spacetime completely speechless. However, things were different now. It was the same heavenly sect. Lu Yin wanted to continue the Heavens Above Heaven sect's former glory, and he also wanted to surpass it. With the Ice Master's confirmation, the extreme ice stone that Lu Yin had upgraded could be passed off as the real thing, and he could give it to the Eternals as the Ice Heart. This was because the extreme ice stone itself was already close to the Ice Heart, and it had already undergone a qualitative change. If there was a problem, he could just say that it had split into 2. In any case, the traces of it being split into 2 were very obvious. Lu Yin was about to leave, but before he left, the Ice Master asked him to leave his coordinates in the Ice Spirit tribe so that he could come over at any time. This was also the effect that Lu Yin wanted after revealing his own secret. Yenner was here, so he needed to have the ability to come over at any time. In the Calamity Zone, the Shaoyin divinity found the ancestor after returning and told him about what had happened in the Ice Spirit tribe. This mission had been to make the Ice Spirit tribe confirm that the person who had stolen the Ice Heart was from the Trillionaris Alliance. This would cause the Ice Spirit tribe to fall out with the Trillionaris Alliance. According to the Shaoyin divinity's original plan, the 7 friends and the old woman would lure away the progenitor from the Ice Spirit tribe while he had Lu Yin lure away the Ice Master. He should have been able to successfully steal the Ice Heart, but the result was that Lu Yin had died, the 7 friends and the old woman had escaped, and the Shaoyin divinity had successfully stolen the Ice Heart. However, Lu Yin had changed his mind at the last moment, and he had been forced to take action himself. The Shaoyin divinity did not know what had happened. Perhaps the 7 friends had all died, and the Ice Master had believed his words and fallen out with the Trillionaris Alliance. Perhaps one of the 7 friends had not died and had revealed the truth, causing the mission to fail. Regardless of whether the mission had succeeded or not, the Shaoyin divinity could not be sure, so he pushed all the blame onto Lu Yin. Yebwa fled at the last moment? The ancestor was astonished. The Shaoyin divinity spoke in a low voice and recounted the original plan. After 50 years of waiting, we could have succeeded, but that Yebwa fled at the last moment and did not dare to act. I had to delay the Ice Master while trying to steal the Ice Heart, but I did not have enough time. I did not manage to steal the Ice Heart, and I don't know how the mission will turn out. I cannot stay behind, or else the Ice Master will definitely realize that I am from the eternal race. The ancestor was calm. Yebwa, is he dead? The Shaoyin divinity replied, I do not know. Then the mission should have failed, the ancestor said. The Shaoyin divinity did not understand. Not necessarily. I have already revealed that I am from the Trillionaris Alliance, and the ones who attacked were all humans. Are you worried that they will be captured and reveal that they are from the eternal race? The ancestor looked at the Shaoyin divinity. Yebwa will definitely use his godly power when facing death. Once he uses it, we will naturally know that he is from the eternal race. The Shaoyin divinity was shocked. Yebwa has godly power? You do not know? The ancestor asked. The Shaoyin divinity was furious. This bastard had clearly told him that he did not have godly power. If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed Yebwa to attract the Ice Master's attention. How preposterous. This brat pretended to be smart and ended up harming himself. It was fine if he died, but he had also caused the mission to fail. The ancestor suddenly looked into the distance and his eyes lit up. Yebwa is back. The Shaoyin divinity was shocked. What? He looked back and saw Lu Yin quickly approaching. His face was pale and his body was emitting a cold aura. It was obvious that he was severely frozen, especially his right arm. Lu Yin arrived in front of the two and glared at the Shaoyin divinity. "Senior, you actually fled at the last moment." The Shaoyin divinity was stunned and did not react. The ancestor looked at Lu Yin's arm. "This injury. Who injured you?" Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "It was caused by Bing Xin." The ancestor was shocked. "Bing Xin?" The Shaoyin divinity roared. "Yebwa, you fled at the last moment and caused the mission to fail. Now you dare to return?" Lu Yin berated. "You fled at the last moment and did not even dare to last 3 breaths of time against the Ice Master. I almost succeeded because of you." "Nonsense. The other 2 attacked but you did not move and still dare to quibble." The Shaoyin divinity was furious. Lu Yin sneered. "Quibble? Look at what this is." He took out the upgraded extreme ice stone from his cosmic ring. In an instant, white fog spread out and froze the void, spreading in all directions. The ancestor's gaze turned cold, and he raised his hand to take the extreme ice stone. "This is..." The Shaoyin divinity was stunned. Although he did not see Bing Xin, he had made a move and almost snatched her away. He had interacted with Bing Xian's coldness before, and this coldness was similar to what he had interacted with. Could this be Bing Xin? How could this be? "This is not Bing Xin." The ancestor looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression did not change. "This is Bing Xian, a Bing Xian that was split into 2. The ancestor was shocked. "Split into 2? Lu Yin lowered his voice and stared at the Shaoyin divinity. "In the Ice Spirit clan, this senior gave me the mission to steal the Bing Xian, but in reality he told me to attract the Ice Master's attention while he stole the Bing Xian himself. I did not know beforehand and followed his instructions, but the Ice Master ignored me and focused on returning to the Ice Spirit region. With the Ice Master's strength, she could have frozen me in place in an instant. Not only did this senior not save me, but he also did not steal the Bing Xin. When he saw the Ice Master return, he fled without saying a word, causing the deaths of the 7 friends and another old woman. If I had not sacrificed one of my clones, I would have died as well." "Nonsense." The Shaoyin divinity roared and could not help but want to attack Lu Yin. The ancestor looked at him. "Shaoyin divinity, tell me what you experienced." The Shaoyin divinity gritted his teeth and recounted how he had ordered Lu Yin to attack, but Lu Yin had not responded. "You're wrongly accusing me. How can you say something like that? To think that you're a sequence law powerhouse." Lu Yin was furious. The Shaoyin divinity was furious. "I told you to attack but you didn't even reply." Lu Yin replied, "I wanted to steal the Bing Xin, and the Cloud Connect stone was obviously in my cosmic ring. How could I hear you? Of course I couldn't reply. Also, the location you gave me was quite far from the Ice Spirit region and I had to hide my aura to get there. Tell me, how could someone who was stealing something reply to you?" The Shaoyin divinity's eyes widened. "You didn't attack at all. Just as I was about to attack, you attacked. The Ice Master appeared and froze me the moment she discovered me. She didn't bother with me at all," Lu Yin retorted. The Shaoyin divinity was speechless and stared at Lu Yin blankly. Was that the case? It seemed like there was nothing wrong with this guy's words. The Shaoyin divinity had not been able to contact Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had been hiding his aura in preparation to steal the Bing Xin. He did not know that the Bing Xin was not there, so it was normal for him to hide his aura. It was also normal for him to be frozen by the Ice Master the moment he appeared. Lu Yin's strength was far from being a match for the Ice Master. The Shaoyin divinity had lured the Ice Master to Lu Yin's location, but she had not discovered him. Could it be that he had guessed wrong from the start? The Shaoyin divinity froze in place as he recalled Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin's words were impeccable. Had he really misunderstood him? Chapter 2957. Lu Yin glared at the Shaoyin divine sovereign. "Senior, as long as you were able to delay the Ice Master, I would have been able to steal the complete Ice Heart. This Ice Heart was stolen by one of my clones, but it was discovered at a critical moment. The Ice Heart shattered and there was no way for me to bring it back in one piece. As long as you were able to delay the Ice Master for a while longer, it would have been fine. But you chose to flee at the last moment, abandoning the 7 friends, that old woman, and even me." Sovereign Shaoyin stared at Lu Yin. "Wait, if this person had gone to the Ice Matriarch's place, Then how had he managed to steal the ice heart? Bing Xian was clearly in the realm of ice spirit. However, it was not impossible. With his strength, as long as he was unfrozen, he would be able to reach the ice spirit domain very quickly. However, the time from when he attacked to when he escaped was also very short. Could he make it in time? However, it was true that his arm had been frozen and he had indeed brought back the ice heart. What was going on? What was the problem? Reverend God Xiaoyin wanted to go through the experiences of both parties in detail. At this moment, Ancestor Shi's voice sounded, "Reverend God Xiaoyin, why is Yi Bo the one who attracted the Ice Master?" Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression changed. Lu Yin growled, "That's right. I was supposed to steal the ice heart, so why did I end up attracting the Ice Master's attention? Speak." The Xiaoyin divinity took a deep breath and looked away from Lu Yin. Instead, he faced the ancestor of the past. Bingxin has the laws of the sequence. Aside from me, no one can touch her. He then looked at Lu Yin. You touched the ice heart, so your arm was frozen. You saw the result. Then why didn't you tell me from the start? That way I could have been prepared. Even if I died, I could have helped you stall the Ice Master for a while longer. That way I wouldn't have been instantly frozen. Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin's face twitched. How was he supposed to answer this? Yi Bo was a true God Guard captain after all. Doing so would mean sacrificing a true God Guard captain. It would be difficult to explain to the Eternals. Ancestor Shi's gaze turned cold. Reverend God Xiaoyin, do you know that the captain of the true God Guards doesn't need to cooperate with you to complete the mission? Yet you are still sending him to his death. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Even so, he still completed the mission and returned. Did Yebor reveal his divine might? The ancestor of the ancient era asked. Lu Yin quickly replied, no. Reverend God Xiaoyin frowned. If you don't reveal your god power, how can you steal the ice heart right under the Ice Master's nose? How did you do it? Yi Bo was cold and arrogant. Why don't you find out where I, Yi Bo, come from? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was confused. The ancestor of the past said, Yi Bo came from the primordial space and killed the ancestor in front of the Lu family and the four-way balance. No one could catch him, and he is as famous as Qing Kong. He must have his own methods to steal the ice heart. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's expression changed. Primordial space. He stared deeply at Lu Yin. It was no wonder that a person who could move unhindered through the primordial space and was as famous as Qing Kong could steal the ice heart. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely changed his plan. If he had really allowed this person to steal the ice heart, the mission would not have been so complicated. Thinking of this, Reverend Xiaoyin felt extremely regretful. The ancestor looked at Lu Yin. What about the other two? Lu Yin sighed. They died. I watched as they were frozen and their bodies shattered. Before they died, they were filled with unwillingness and resentment towards Senior Xiaoyin. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's face twitched. The ancestor of the ancient era didn't seem to mind. That's good. Does this mean that the Ice Spirit clan doesn't know that the eternal race is behind this attack? Divinity Xiaoyin looked at Lu Yin as he was unable to answer this question. Lu Yin replied, absolutely not, unless there's a traitor among the Eternals. The ancestor of the ancient era smiled faintly. The Eternals definitely don't have one. There's a possibility of a traitor. It seems like the mission is completed. Although the complete ice heart wasn't stolen, a shattered ice heart can easily anger the Ice Spirit clan. Well done, Yi Bo. Lu Yin bowed. It was luck. The ancestor of the ancient era looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. The completion of this mission has nothing to do with you. At the same time, you will also be punished. Do you have any objections? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was unwilling. He was currently trying to become one of the 7 sky gods, so how could he not have any objections? However, he was indeed in the wrong for this mission. As he thought about this, he glared at Lu Yin and turned to leave. Lu Yin coldly looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's back. He has a very high status in the clan and I can't give him any substantial punishment. I can only take away his contribution for this mission. I hope you don't mind. The ancestor of the ancient era looked at Lu Yin and spoke gently. Lu Yin replied, I don't mind, but I can't cooperate with this kind of person in the future. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. The ancestor of the ancient era smiled. I never intended for you to cooperate. The captain of the true God Guard doesn't need to accept his conscription. Lu Yin felt bitter. Yes, I wanted to follow him, Ancestor of the Ancient Era, what is going on with this mission? The Ancestor of the Ancient Era looked at Lu Yin. Since you completed this mission well, I can tell you the details of the mission. The Ancestor of the Ancient Era told Lu Yin about the 5 spirit races, the Lightning Lord and the 3 Moons Alliance. Lu Yin had already heard about it once, and when he heard it again he purposely acted surprised. It seems like the Lightning Lord has nothing to do with you, but when Yu Hua and the others attacked the Above Heaven sect, the Lightning Lord's men came and saved the Above Heaven sect. Otherwise, the Above Heaven sect would have suffered heavy losses. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The Lightning Lord helped the Above Heaven sect? The Ancestor of the Ancient Era nodded. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Then I did the right thing this time. I made the 5 spirit races fight to the death with the 3 Moons Alliance and caused the Lightning Lord's loss. This indirectly caused the Above Heaven sect to lose their external aid. That's what I meant. Once the true God comes out of seclusion, he will have to completely deal with the Genesis Space and Six Direction Society. It will be difficult for the Lightning Lord and the other experts from the outer realm to interfere. Thus, our current mission is to eliminate the experts from the Six Direction Society. The 5 spirit races and the 3 Moons Alliance will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Is that so? Not only that, Lu Yin thought back to when Juji attacked Earth. The Everlasting Race had suddenly attacked the 5 spirit races and indirectly attacked the Lightning Lord. They were eyeing the 3 divine weapons in the Lightning Lord's hands. After understanding the mission, Lu Yin tried to get more similar missions from the Ancestor. The Ancestor told him to recover his body first, as the injuries from the ice would take some time to recover. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. During this time, Lu Yin did not receive any missions. He wanted to receive missions related to the Genesis Space, but since the Ancestor did not look for him, he could not take the initiative to look for the Ancestor. During this half a year, he frequently absorbed divine power, and the red dot in his heart grew larger and larger. Of course, it was still far from the other stars, but it was getting closer. He did not know how long he would stay in the zone of E, but as long as he confirmed that the true God was coming out of seclusion or that the 7 gods had returned, he would leave. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered. Looking at the divine power lake, Lu Yin recalled the 7 friends' words. Was there really a true God's 3 ultimate techniques hidden under the divine power? It would be good if he could obtain them. During this time, he did not stray far from his surroundings and stayed in his own tower. The tower was very monotonous, and it was just a symbol of status. There was no special meaning to it. As for the maids assigned to him, he did not use them much either. This was because he had not spoken for half a year. On this day, Lu Yin was still standing beside the divine power lake when a figure flashed past his head. It was the Shaoyin divinity. The Shaoyin divinity looked down at Lu Yin. "Yebwa, I have a mission here. Do you want to join me?" Lu Yin looked at him coldly. The Shaoyin divinity sneered. "You don't have the guts to go out after what happened to the Ice Spirit clan? Are you that free?" Lu Yin asked coldly. The Shaoyin divinity narrowed his eyes. "I didn't notice you during the last mission. If there's another one, I'll take good care of you." With that, he left. Lu Yin looked away. If not for the fact that the Grand Empyrean had left a backup plan on him, this fellow would have died long ago. "You offended the Shaoyin divinity?" A familiar voice came from behind him. Lu Yin turned around. It was someone from the Thousand Faces Bureau. "Who are you?" The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau approached. "You must be the new captain of the True God Guard." "I'm from the Thousand Faces Bureau, and I'm also a captain of the True God Guard." Lu Yin naturally recognized him, but he could not recognize Yebwa's identity. Yebwa had come into contact with the Eternal Clan, but only as a spy in Qing Kong. He had not come into contact with other masters. "We've heard of Yebwa's name long ago. The Genesis Space is not simple. You're very powerful to be able to cause harm to humans in the Genesis Space. No wonder you're as famous as Qing Kong," the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau praised. Lu Yin was calm. "You're the 3rd captain of the True God Guard that I've seen." The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau seemed easygoing. "You'll see all of them soon, but 2 of them are dead and 1 has been captured. We don't know if he's dead or alive, so you can fill in the gaps." Lu Yin did not speak. He did not know what to say to this person from the Thousand Faces Bureau. This fellow could control consciousness, so he had to be careful. "You offended the Shaoyin divinity?" the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau asked. Lu Yin's tone was calm. "Sort of. That's troublesome. Although that fellow is sinister, his strength is not bad. He hid in the reincarnation spacetime and managed to become one of the three divinities. He's a ruthless character. It's not good to offend him, the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau reminded him. Lu Yin's tone became colder. I just want to take revenge on the starry sky tree. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau smiled. I understand. Who doesn't? You're not a corpse king, yet you joined the Eternal Clan. Everyone has their own reasons. What are your reasons? Lu Yin asked. He seemed curious, but his expression was calm. He did not seem to care. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau thought for a moment. Life. A very simple reason, Lu Yin replied calmly. Living as a traitor? Simple. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was indifferent. It's just my nature. The Shaoyin divinity just returned after completing a big mission. He's now trying to break through to the position of the seven heavenly gods. Once he succeeds, even you and I will be under his command. If possible, let's resolve our grudges, the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau said and left. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. A big mission? A mission that could break through to the position of the seven heavenly gods? Could it be from the 5 spirit clans? In any case, it would definitely involve a powerhouse at the level of the Thunder Lord. The 5 spirit clans should be on guard. Could it be another powerhouse from another region? He had to think of a way to find out. Soon another half a year passed. It had been more than a year since they arrived at the Eternal Clan. Yu Huo walked out of the tower wearing a black robe. His strength had recovered a lot. The ancestor of the past had informed the captains of the true god guards to gather. Chapter 2958. In the land of calamity, there was a tall shrine under the black mother tree with a waterfall of divine power. It was majestic and solemn, surrounded by red stars. The divine power waterfall washed the shrine from top to bottom, and the shrine was located within the waterfall. This was Lu Yin's first time under the Black Mother Tree. He had passed through the Seven Gods Sky Tower and walked into the deepest part of the Land of Calamity. The shrine was no smaller than the Above Heavens sect, and behind it was a statue embedded in the Mother Tree. It was the one true God. Lu Yin looked at the shrine in front of him and the divine power washing over it. The closer he got, the more he felt an illusion of heavenly might. Even with his strength and identity as the master of the origin space, he still felt this way. This was not only the deterrence of the true God, but also the land of calamity, the Black Mother Tree, and the everlasting race. He looked at the statue and everything around him turned dark. Only he and the statue were standing in the dark space. The enormous pressure forced Lu Yin to bend down. He wanted to bow to the statue and he had to bow to the statue. Lu Yin's eyes widened and his head felt like it was about to explode. But so what? He had felt this way when he fought the Cyclops King, and this was not the first time he had experienced it. He did not want to bow to the one true God. He could endure it. Lu Yin's divine power boiled within his body and suddenly surged out. He suddenly looked up and stared at the true God statue. At that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder and instantly suppressed his divine power, bringing with it a cool sensation. Lu Yin's expression changed and he slowly turned around. The ancestor of the past looked at him with a smile. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he said in a hoarse voice, I can't control my divine power. The ancestor of the past praised, You have been summoned by the true God. He likes you very much. Lu Yin blinked. Was that so? Not far away, Yu Huo was shocked. Yibo, how long have you been in the land of calamity? I knelt the first time I came to the shrine. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Kneel? He would rather run away. The ancestor of the past retracted his hand. Any creature that faces a true god for the first time will have to kneel if they do not have divine power protecting them. Only when one's divine power reaches a certain level can they face a true god. This is a privilege given by the true god. Captains like you can do it and so can Yibo. That is why he can be a captain. Yu Huo exclaimed, the first time he used his divine power, it went very smoothly. I knew that Yibo is very used to it, but I did not expect him to adapt so much. Yi, maybe you can also try to become one of the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin raised his brows. Don't listen to his nonsense. The strength of the 7 gods is far from what we can estimate. Just relying on divine power is not enough. The people from the Thousand Faces game came. Yu Huo let out a strange laugh. That's because you don't understand how well Yibo has adapted to divine power. Just wait and see. As long as the position of the 7 sky gods remains vacant within 1,000 years, he will definitely have the ability to make a breakthrough. The people from the game of 1,000 Faces did not care and entered the temple. Lu Yin raised his head again and looked deeply at the true god statue. Now that he looked at it again, the statue no longer had that pressure. Was it because of the divine power in his body? Stepping into the shrine, the sound of the waterfall of divine power flowing was very loud, but it disappeared once they entered the shrine. The shrine was dark and the ground was dark red. As they entered, candlelight was lit and extended into the distance. Lu Yin looked around and saw that Yu Huo was the closest to him, followed by the ancestor of the past. Even further away, under the illumination of the candlelight, the middle plate stood quietly. Opposite the middle plate was a stone with a black face on it. It was very strange, as Yu Huo had introduced it on the way here. It was called the Stone Ghost. Further in, Blackie was leaning against a corner. A girl with long pink hair was illuminated by the candlelight, and she raised her hand to block it. Is everyone here? I still want to play hide-and-seek with my brother. Lu Yin looked at the girl. She was very pretty, but there was a childish feeling to her. When Lu Yin looked at her, she looked back at him with mischievous and crafty eyes. A hand landed on her shoulder. Don't be naughty, there's something important. The candlelight flickered, revealing a handsome face. It was a man with short blue hair, formal attire, and a long sword at his waist. He looked like he had walked out of a painting. Facing Lu Yin's gaze, the man smiled. You must be Yibo, nice to meet you. I'm Dual Blade. Dual Blade was not a single person but rather a pair. It was this man and woman. They were a team and also one of the captains of the True God Guard. This team was very strange. They weren't humans but blades that had transformed into humans. Hey, big brother is greeting you but you don't even respond. How rude. The pink-haired girl was unhappy and glared at Lu Yin. The blue-haired man rubbed her hair. Don't shout, it's too quiet here. Who else is not here? The ancestor of the past asked, walking to the front and looking at everyone. The ancestor of the past answered, the boss isn't here. Lu Yin's eyes moved. The captains of the True God Guard were all equal, but according to Yu Huo, there was a publicly recognized boss who was the strongest. Yu Huo did not elaborate, only saying that even if the other 9 captains worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat Tiango. Lu Yin was very concerned about this evaluation, as even a sequence law powerhouse would not be able to withstand the attacks of 9 captains. They all had godly strength and could ignore the rules. Once the rules were restricted, the captains of the True God Guard were not weak and they were all very strange. Since Tiango was able to convince them, Lu Yin believed that it was not much weaker than the 7 gods. It's that thing again. It's always so slow. It clearly has 2 more legs than us, the pink-haired girl complained. Yu Huo let out a sharp voice. It's probably looking for food. Lu Yin raised his brows. Looking for food? Was this Tiango the same as Taotai? It's here. The ancestor of the past looked into the distance. Lu Yin stared outside the shrine. The captain of the True God Guard, Tiango, was definitely a great enemy. He wanted to see what kind of existence it was. After waiting for a while, a figure slowly appeared, its shadow elongated under the candlelight as it slowly entered the shrine. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn as he stared at the entrance. When he saw the figure clearly, his expression changed as he stared blankly. Those Tiango? At the entrance of the shrine, a half-meter-long Xiaobai puppy walked in with its tongue out. It was panting as it walked and its tongue was lolled so long that it almost licked the ground. It looked wobbly and its stomach was bloated. Lu Yin was stunned. Whose pet dog was this in the disaster region? Wow, boss, you're so cute. The pink-haired girl leaped out and hugged the Xiaobai puppy. The Xiaobai puppy was startled and quickly ran away. The pink-haired girl chased after it. Boss, let me hug you. Just for a while. Woof. Lu Yin's face twitched. This bark had shattered his worldview. When Tiango arrived, the entire shrine's atmosphere changed. The pink-haired girl chased after it while barking incessantly. Yu Huo and the rest were already used to it and their expressions were calm. Even the ancestor of the past looked on with a smile. The blue-haired boy chased after it as well. Come back quickly. Don't mess around. Boss might get angry. Boss never got angry. Boss is so cute. I want to hug Boss. Ah. Woof. The farce continued for a while before it stopped. The pink-haired girl still couldn't hug Tiango as it hid behind the ancestor of the past. She didn't dare to be impudent and could only stare at it as though she was about to catch it at any moment. Tiango's ears drooped and its tongue lolled out even longer. It was very tired. "All right, all captains have gathered. I will explain to everyone." The ancestor of the past spoke and everyone's expression changed as they looked at her solemnly. The ancestor of the past swept her gaze around. True God Guard captains Tachibana and Zhou Xian are confirmed dead. Heavy Ghost's fate is unknown after the battle at Heaven's Gate. We are currently missing 3 captains and this is Yi Bo. All the captains of the True God Guard looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were still on Tiango. When the ancestor of the past introduced him, Tiango's gaze swept over him. Its eyes were round and sparkling and no matter how one looked at it, it had a simple and honest look. Coupled with its dangling tongue and belly, Lu Yin really couldn't associate it with the captain of the True God Guard. This pet dog was something that the other captains of the True God Guard couldn't defeat even if they worked together. The man and dog looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, Tiango slowly walked towards Lu Yin. The ancestor of the past and the others looked at this scene. Tiango was the captain of the True God Guard, and if it didn't agree with Lu Yin becoming a captain, no one could say anything, including the ancestor of the past. Tiango's status was rather special. Under everyone's gaze, Tiango walked in front of Lu Yin and looked up at him. Lu Yin looked down at Tiango and wondered if he should squat down and pat its head. Woof. Tiango barked and walked around Lu Yin. When it reached the left side of Lu Yin, it raised its hind legs and peed. Lu Yin's expression changed and he almost kicked it out. "Congratulations, Tiango has acknowledged you and left its scent on your body." The ancestor of the past smiled. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva and looked at Tiango walking towards the ancestor of the past before looking at his own leg. A dog had peed on him. A grudge was formed. Woof. Tiango barked again, attracting everyone's attention. The ancestor of the past looked at everyone. "We are currently lacking 2 captains and I hope that everyone can recommend good candidates. Today's gathering is for this matter. Yebo, from this moment onwards, you are officially a captain of the True God Guard. Within 3 years 10 corpse kings will be given to you. I hope that you can eliminate strong enemies for our race and unify the endless spacetime." Lu Yin's expression changed. Yebo, understood. Woof. Lu Yin's face twitched. This barking really made him feel out of character. The stars collapsed and cracks spread out into the distance. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky with 5 progenitor realm corpse kings behind him. In front of him was an endless amount of strange bugs. This was a parallel spacetime and Lu Yin had received a mission to destroy this spacetime. This spacetime was filled with these bugs, and there were no other intelligent life forms aside from them. The strongest bugs were at the progenitor realm, but they were rare progenitors without intelligence and there were many of these progenitor realm bugs. Fortunately, they didn't have intelligence and Lu Yin could destroy them with the progenitor realm corpse kings. Chapter 2959. It had been 3 years since he officially became the captain of the True God Guard, and this was the 5th parallel universe that he had destroyed. He still had not encountered a parallel universe with humans. It was either the astral beasts or these insects. He had also encountered a parallel universe where life had just been born. He did not know why the Eternals wanted to destroy it. Other than him, the other captains of the True God Guards were also doing the same thing. As for the 6 Direction Society, the Eternals didn't care about them at all. Lu Yin continued to hear rumors about the 6 Direction Society, and all of them were about the Eternals retreating in defeat. Whether it was on the endless battlefield or the border, the 6 forces would gradually beat down the Eternals until they could no longer raise their heads. This news was not enough to excite Lu Yin, as the Eternals had an unimaginable amount of resources. The only reason they had not fought to the death with the 6 Direction Society was because they were waiting for the sole true God and the 7 sky gods. Once the sole true God left seclusion, he would descend upon the apocalyptic bone boat, and that would be the time for them to act against the 6 Direction Society. Over the past 3 years, Lu Yin had been gathering information from all sorts of sources, and he had been able to confirm that the bone boat was more or less the same as what Yuhua had said. This made him anxious, as the moment the bone boat arrived at the 6 Direction Society, it would truly be a disaster for the 6 Direction Society. He had to find a way to get close to the bone boat. It would be best if he could destroy it. However, this was undoubtedly much more difficult than killing one of the 7 sky gods. The 5 spirit tribes had started a war with the March Alliance, which was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. The 5 spirit tribes should have known that the Eternals were the ones instigating the war, but they had still decided to go to war. Lu Yin hoped that this was just a facade, as they would end up wasting their strength in the war against the Eternals. The starry skies continued to crumble as Lu Yin turned around and stepped through the astral door to leave. This spacetime was finished. Not long after returning to the Calamity Zone, Lu Yin was in the middle of absorbing the godly power when a stone fell from the sky. It was one of the captains of the True God Guard, the Gargoyle. "What are you doing here?" Aside from the Shi ancestor and Yu Hua, he was rather indifferent to everyone else in the Calamity region. The people from the Thousand Faces Bureau were naturally familiar with him, but he treated them coldly as well. The more he didn't interact with others, the less likely he would reveal any flaws. Not to mention Yi Bo's character was cold and detached. However, Lu Yin's indifference didn't make anyone feel uncomfortable. This was the everlasting realm, and in this land, smiles were considered strange. Lu Yin's behavior was normal. "Ancestor summons." The gargoyle spoke. It was a strange voice, as if a rock was vibrating. It was quite uncomfortable to listen to. Lu Yin continued to absorb the godly power. He had often told others that he would use godly power on missions so that he could replenish his godly power. In the past 3 years, the red dot of divine power in his heart had grown a lot bigger, like a walnut. Before long, Dahe arrived and appeared not far away. Shortly after, the ancestor of the ancient era came. "I'm sorry, the 3 of you. The mission just ended and I have a new one for you. This mission is more urgent and important. I hope that the 3 of you can complete it seriously. Complete it at all cost." Lu Yin looked at the Shi ancestor. Even the 5 spirit clans' mission had not been this serious. The ancestor looked at Lu Yin. "Yi Bo, have you heard of the head judge of the Interstellar Tribunal, Qing Ping?" Lu Yin's expression didn't change, but his heart sank. "Never heard of it." The ancestor of the past was not surprised. "You have always stayed in the starry sky of the Tree of Trees, so it is normal that you have not heard of it. Qing Ping is the head judge of the Hall of Honor of the 5th mainland in the starry sky of the new universe. He has always stayed in the 5th mainland until the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin, entered the starry sky of the Tree of Trees. Now that Lu Yin is the master of the primordial space, Qing Ping hasn't been to the starry sky of trees many times, so it's unlikely that you've heard of him. Although he's only a half-progenitor, he's extremely important. He's Lu Yin's senior and also your target this time. I want the 3 of you to work together and capture Qing Ping alive. We must transform him into a corpse king." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and killing intent flashed in his eyes. They wanted to deal with Senior Qing Ping? "Where is he?" Lu Yin asked. The ancestor of the ancient era said, "The endless battlefield, ruler of space-time." Lu Yin knew that Senior Qing Ping had been training in the endless battlefield in preparation for breaking through to the progenitor realm, but he didn't expect that he hadn't returned yet. He also didn't expect the Eternals to target him. Thinking about it, it was normal. Even if they couldn't deal with Lu Yin, it wasn't impossible for them to deal with the people around him. Senior Qing Ping was the best target. Fortunately, Lu Yin had come to the Eternals. Otherwise, Senior Qing Ping would have been in danger. But then again, something didn't seem right. If they really wanted to deal with Senior Qing Ping because of him, the Eternals would have acted long ago. They wouldn't have let Senior Qing Ping stay in the endless battlefield for so long. They had attacked a few times, but after they failed, they didn't send any experts. This wasn't the Eternals' style. Could it be that they weren't targeting Qing Ping because of him? Who was it then? Lu Yin immediately thought of his master, Mr. Mu. The 6-party society couldn't come into contact with Immemorial City for now, but the Eternals were different. In the past 3 years, Lu Yin had figured out one thing. The Eternals had another terrifying battlefield, which was Immemorial City. They could enter Immemorial City through the Eternals. This was something that Lu Yin was very concerned about. If they were targeting Senior Qing Ping because of Mr. Mu, then it was related to Immemorial City. Lu Yin thought about many things, but he didn't know if he was right. Regardless, nothing could happen to Senior Qing Ping. Capturing Qing Ping must be completed. The 3 of you, this mission is very important. I hope you understand. Ancestor Shi's expression turned solemn as he looked at Lu Yin and the others. Lu Yin was the first to express his stance. Ancestor Shi, don't worry. We will definitely capture Qingping. Ancestor Shi was satisfied. The captains of the True God Guards were all strange. Compared to them, Lu Yin was considered normal. The six-party society had coordinates to various parallel spacetimes in the endless battlefield, and the Eternals had even more. After all, the six-party society's coordinates all came from the Eternals. 3 captains and 27 progenitor realm corpse kings had all entered ruler spacetime to capture Qingping. This number was a little exaggerated. Even if they didn't include the sequence law realm powerhouses, it was enough to support a huge battle to destroy one of the six-party societies. One could imagine how important this mission was to Ancestor Shi. Ruler spacetime was a very ordinary spacetime. When Lu Yin and the others arrived, they all spread out to search for Qingping. Big Blackie and the Gargoyle each guarded a stargate to prevent Qingping from going to the next parallel spacetime unless he directly tore through the void and left. For this, they had also prepared a sourcebox array. Lu Yin hadn't expected the Gargoyle to be proficient in sourcebox arrays and to be an Origin Array Heavenly Master. He couldn't tell at all that a stone was an Origin Array Heavenly Master. It was no wonder that Ancestor Shi had asked it to accompany them. It was to prevent Qingping from tearing through the void and escaping when they found him. The Eternals had made ample preparations, but no matter how well prepared they were, they couldn't withstand the presence of a traitor. After Lu Yin left Big Blackie and the Gargoyle, he directly used the wireless goo to contact Senior Qingping, but there was no response even after several attempts. Perhaps he was cultivating. As Lu Yin searched, he deliberately leaked his aura while continuing to use the wireless goo to contact Senior Qingping. Trying to find someone in such a large spacetime was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Ruler spacetime was huge. It wasn't any smaller than the Outerverse. Although progenitors were fast, they weren't fast enough to find someone. Once they used progenitor strength, the Eternals were worried that Qingping would immediately escape. A few days later, the wireless goo vibrated and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Why are you here?" The wireless goo vibrated, transmitting a message. Lu Yin replied, "The Eternals sent 3 True God Guard captains to capture you. Go back quickly." "I can't go back. Someone's watching me." Lu Yin's heart sank. "Who's watching you? The Eternals?" "I don't know. I've always felt like I'm being watched. It's been a few months and this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. I have a premonition that I can't escape even if I want to." "Have you contacted Senior Brother?" Qingping was silent for a moment. "The person who's watching me might want me to contact him." Lu Yin understood Senior Brother Qingping's intentions. He was worried that Senior Brother Qingping was using him as bait. How could someone who could make Senior Brother Qingping feel like he couldn't escape expose his aura? This was a trap. "Where are you?" "Don't come." "I won't go, but I can lure the Eternals there." "What do you mean?" "Senior Brother, just tell me the location." Qingping was silent for a moment before telling Lu Yin the location. Lu Yin sent a progenitor realm corpse king in that direction, acting as if it was just passing by. There was also a huge battle in ruler spacetime, and this was one of the endless battlefields. However, the strongest powerhouse, there was only a half-ancestor. To reach the battlefield, Lu Yin had the progenitor realm corpse king pass by that location as a show for the person watching Senior Brother Qingping. That person was using Senior Brother Qingping as bait, so their target was naturally not the Eternals or the Six Direction Gang. It could only be the primordial space or someone on Lu Yin's side. Such a person wouldn't let the progenitor realm corpse king enter the battlefield and attract the attention of Limitless. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, the progenitor realm corpse king disappeared shortly after arriving at Qingping's hiding spot. Lu Yin had been hiding his aura the entire time and using his heaven's eye to observe from afar. He saw a deep darkness engulfing the progenitor realm corpse king. It was eccentric Mo. Eccentric Mo had actually targeted Senior Brother Qingping. Lu Yin's expression darkened. The Eternals targeting Senior Brother Qingping might have something to do with Mr. Mu from Primeval City, but Eccentric Mo's target was obviously Lu Yin himself. This old monster was always in the way at critical moments. After thinking about it, Lu Yin contacted Limitless and sent a nearby progenitor to ruler spacetime to rescue Qingping. He then contacted Big Black and the Gargoyle. Found Qingping. Big Black and the Gargoyle hurried over. In order to avoid causing too much of a commotion, the remaining 25 progenitor realm corpse kings scattered in all directions. forming an even larger encirclement. "Where's Qing Ping?" the gargoyle asked. Lu Yin pointed at the space in front of them. "He's over there." The gargoyle immediately set up a sourcebox array. They were quite far away, and as long as eccentric Mo didn't specifically search for them, it was unlikely that he would discover them. However, as the sourcebox array continued to connect, eccentric Mo eventually discovered them. On a planet, eccentric Mo suddenly looked into the distance. Not good. He took a step forward, and the void that should have been torn apart began to distort as a sourcebox array appeared. At the same time, the gargoyle was alarmed. "Careful. There's an expert." Lu Yin was stunned. How could there be an expert? Big Black's voice was low. "I knew it wouldn't be that easy. This person might be Qing Ping's protector. Kill him." Chapter 2960. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw the shroud at old monster Mo. The gargoyle quickly stabilized the sourcebox array. Lu Yin acted at the same time. When Elder Mo saw the shroud, he was shocked. What was this? He was a cautious person, and even if his opponent was not a sequence law powerhouse, he would still be careful, let alone something as strange as this shroud. He immediately retreated, and the shroud followed closely behind. It seemed like the shroud had the upper hand, which made Elder Mo wary. This gave Blackie confidence, and he continued to release the shroud in an attempt to capture Elder Mo. Elder Mo frowned. The more he looked, the more he felt that this shroud did not belong to any sequence law, and its power did not seem that strange. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword technique. The sword surged and tore apart the shroud, and the darkness engulfed Blackie. Blackie's voice suddenly changed. "A sequence law powerhouse cannot be defeated by brute force. Yibo, go and capture Qing Ping." Blackie's divine power surged out and spread towards the shroud. Elder Mo became wary. An eternal? At that moment, Qing Ping rushed off into the distance. He did not tear through the void and instead used his speed to escape. In terms of strength, Qing Ping was no match for the captain of the True God Guard, but in terms of speed, when Lu Yin and the gargoyle were about to grab him at the same time, he visualized the condor's cry of the 9 heavens, increasing his speed and leaving Lu Yin and the gargoyle in the dust. The gargoyle was furious. He didn't tear through the void to escape? His sourcebox array had been set up for nothing. Elder Mo snorted when he saw Qing Ping escape. Great darkness sky. Endless darkness particles spread throughout the space-time continuum, and countless people stared blankly as everything turned dark. A sense of fear washed over them, and even the fighting stopped. Great darkness sky was a technique that Elder Mo had mastered using his sequence law set, and it could cause the entire space-time continuum to turn dark. Qing Ping could not escape from this technique, and even Blackie and the others were swallowed up by great darkness sky. They could only use their divine power to resist it. Lu Yin clenched his fists. This old bastard really wanted to capture Qing Ping. He growled, "This person wants to kill Qing Ping. Our mission is to capture Qing Ping alive. Use your divine power." Blackie and the gargoyle did not have time to think, and they were brought along by Lu Yin. Their divine power surged out and gathered in the sky, forming a divine power sun that dispelled the darkness. This divine power sun was much larger than the one created by the person in the game of 1,000 faces. Old Monster Mo was cautious to begin with. When he saw such a large sun made of God energy appear, he hurriedly reversed his steps and chased after Qing Ping. He couldn't afford to get caught up in a fight. He had to capture this person first. Lu Yin stared at old eccentric Mo and suddenly charged out. He pierced through the divine power sun and stared at the spatial lines. He used his divine power to extend towards the spatial lines as he madly chased after old eccentric Mo. In the eyes of others, what they saw was that the divine power sun was inexplicably connected to the distance, breaking away from the range of speed and splitting the entire spacetime into two. Curmudgeon Mo abruptly turned around to stare at Lu Yin. Is this spatial power? The spatial lines that had been infused with his divine power were distorted by Lu Yin, and old eccentric Mo's reverse step also distorted spacetime. The two spatial distortions collided with each other, shattering the void and causing it to be unable to withstand the force. The darkness sequence particles were immediately neutralized by the divine power, and old eccentric Mo suddenly retreated. He glared at Lu Yin before charging towards Qing Ping once more. Senior brother Qing Ping's speed was also extremely fast. Soon he arrived at the outermost circle of the 25 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. In front of him there was an Ancestor Realm Corpse King attacking him. He borrowed old eccentric Mo's darkness to execute Lawless. He was unable to directly engulf the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. Old eccentric Mo's eyes lit up. Good move. Follow me. He did not use any battle techniques and purely relied on his Ancestor Realm strength. Traversing the void, the spatial lines that had been infused with his divine power could not do anything to him as they were neutralized by the darkness sequence particles. Lu Yin was anxious. If old eccentric Mo really wanted to capture Qing Ping, he would not be able to stop him unless he exposed his own strength. Now that he had already exposed his control over space, he could not expose anything else. Another 2 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings charged towards Qing Ping from both sides. Behind them was old eccentric Mo, who was getting closer and closer. The entire spacetime had been swallowed up by the great dark sky. Even though his divine power had dispersed the darkness, it was still impossible to tear through the void and leave. Old eccentric Mo could instantly stop him. He could only leave through the Stargate. No matter what, he could not let his senior brother be captured. Lu Yin's gaze was ferocious. If there was no other way, he could only reveal his identity. At that moment, a gray fog suddenly appeared and enveloped Qing Ping, as well as the approaching Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings and old eccentric Mo. Old eccentric Mo wanted to disperse the fog, but he realized that the fog was not immediately dispersed. He attacked again and the fog was finally dispersed. However, Qing Ping was already far away. Beside Qing Ping was a girl. It was Shi Wei. Lu Yin had notified the Distance Faction's experts in advance, but he had not expected that it would be the Fog Ancestor. Although the Fog Ancestor was not as strong as Patriarch Tianyi and the others, he was still one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He could rely on the fog to delay for an instant, and that instant was enough for the Ancestor Realm to reach the Stargate. Old eccentric Mo's gaze turned cold. So what if they reached the Stargate? There was a saying, so close yet worlds apart. The Stargate was directly swallowed up by the darkness. If they wanted to leave through the Stargate, they would have to pass through the darkness sequence particles. This was a power that Shi Wei and the others did not possess. However, in the next moment, red light pierced through the void and forcefully tore through the darkness beside Shi Wei and Qing Ping, opening a path for them to reach the Stargate. Shi Wei and Qing Ping hurriedly rushed over and escaped from the ruler of spacetime. Old eccentric Mo angrily turned back to glare at Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin, Blackie and the gargoyle were approaching, and there were also Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings with red divine power above their heads. In this situation, old eccentric Mo clearly did not want to fight, so he immediately left. Lu Yin and the others had no intention of chasing after old eccentric Mo. If a sequence law powerhouse wanted to leave, they could not stop him. Moreover, old eccentric Mo's strength was not weak even among sequence law powerhouses. Don't blame me. I could only let them leave first. Otherwise, if they were caught by this guy, the Eternal Tribe would have nothing to do with us, Lu Yin said. The gargoyle said, Ancestor wanted a living person, not a dead one. You did well, but you failed the mission and exposed our intention to attack Qing Ping. Lu Yin shook his head. We didn't. We've been attacking that sequence law powerhouse all this time. As for Qing Ping, I helped him twice. He wouldn't have thought that the Eternal Tribe would want to capture him. Blackie put away the shroud. Return to the zone of disaster. Lu Yin said, no to the primordial space. Our mission is not over yet. The gargoyle retreated. I'm not going to the primordial space. If you want to go, then go. Blackie said in a low voice, I'm not going either. Lu Yin looked at them. If we want to complete the mission, we have to go to the primordial space. At this time, Qing Ping will think that he's safe. The Ancestor values this mission very much. Blackie stared at Lu Yin through the black shroud. That's not a reason to die. The heavy ghost was captured, Orange Ji was killed, and Yu Huo was beaten back to his original form. He almost died there. The primordial space is not something that the tribe wants to provoke. Return to the zone of disaster and wait for the Ancestor's next order. Lu Yin was unwilling. Trust me. Now is the best time to capture Qing Ping. I'm familiar with the primordial space. Nothing will happen. However, the other 2 ignored him and took out a Stargate to return to the zone of disaster. Lu Yin had no choice but to return to the zone of disaster. What he said just now was just a pretense. He wanted to find a reasonable explanation for helping Qing Ping twice. Back in the zone of disaster, Lu Yin recounted everything that had happened, including how he had helped Qing Ping escape twice. Blackie and the gargoyle did not interrupt. The ancestor pondered for a moment. Who was the one who helped Qing Ping escape? Lu Yin looked up. One of the former 9 mountains and 8 seas, the fog ancestor. The ancestor's eyes flashed. Is it Shi Wei? Lu Yin was surprised. From the looks of it, the ancestor and Shi Wei knew each other? It did not seem impossible as their names were similar. When he first heard the ancestor's name, he thought of the fog ancestor. Now the ancestor did not care about the other processes and only cared about Shi Wei's help. Ancestor, I want to go to the primordial space to make up for the failure of this mission, Lu Yin said. The ancestor looked at him. Although the mission failed, it did not expose our target. Furthermore, Qing Ping was not captured by that sequence law realm expert. It is not a complete failure. There is no need to go to the primordial space. Currently, the race will not make any big moves against the Sixth Direction Guild. Everything should be done quietly. Lu Yin frowned. The more the Eternals acted like this, the more it meant that they had a bigger plan. The bone boat destroyed the world, the true god came out of seclusion, and the Sixth Direction Guild was destroyed. These words kept appearing in Lu Yin's mind. That sequence law realm expert used the power of darkness. He should be Mo Shang from the primordial space. He was once one of the sect masters of the Elysium. It is unknown whether he is good or evil, but he is very strong. Yibo, give me another mission to rope in Mo Shang, the ancestor said. Blackie and the gargoyle left. This mission did not require them. Lu Yin was surprised. Rope him in. The ancestor was in a daze. I know this person. During the Battle of the Elysium, this person betrayed the martial arts university. He is cowardly and does not know what is good and evil. However, he is very talented and cautious. He can be cultivated. If we rope him in, he will be considered an expert. Make up for the position of the 7 sky gods? Lu Yin asked. The ancestor did not answer. Instead he said, let the person in the game accompany you. He fought with Mo Shang before. Half a month later, the person from the game of 1,000 faces returned to the disaster zone and headed to the endless battlefield with Lu Yin. The Eternals had already found traces of old monster Mo. He was still in the ruler spacetime. Lu Yin was very curious. How did the race find traces of a sequence law realm expert? The game of 1,000 faces lips curled up. This is the strength of the Eternals. As long as they are willing, they can find anyone. For example, anyone. Where is Daoist Lu from the Elysium? The game of 1,000 faces was stunned. How would I know? This kind of thing can't be told to me. If you want to know, ask the ancestor. You are not thinking of assassinating Daoist Lu, are you? Don't court death. Lu Yin deliberately showed his hatred. Everyone from the Lu family must die. Daoist Lu is only relying on external objects and many tricks. He has not even reached the progenitor realm. With divine power, I think we can kill him. The game of 1,000 faces shook his head. Stop dreaming. Even if you fight him one-on-one, you are no match for him. That person is a monster. Whether it is the humans or the Eternals, it is unlikely that such a monster would appear. He is no longer the target of the true god guards. He is the target of the 7 sky gods. We only need to complete some missions. You seem to know him very well. Lu Yin was puzzled. Chapter 2961. The person from the game of 1,000 faces looked at Lu Yin. We're trying to recruit Mo Shang. Back then I teamed up with Dao Lord Lu to fight him. I couldn't even fight back, but Dao Lord Lu managed to obtain the heavenly eye of martial law and escaped successfully. What do you think? This person's luck isn't something you and I can deal with. Anyway, just run when you see him. Lu Yin was here again in the ruler spacetime. They were still searching separately, but this time they were looking for old monster Mo. Although the Eternals could confirm that old monster Mo was in this spacetime, they couldn't pinpoint his exact location. The person from the game of 1,000 faces split his consciousness and controlled the ruler spacetime to send a message. Senior Mo Shang, can you come out for a chat? Senior Mo Shang, can you come out for a chat? Senior Mo Shang, can you come out for a chat? In a corner of the ruler spacetime, old monster Mo frowned as he listened to the voices. What were the Eternals trying to do? He saw the person from the game of 1,000 faces, an old acquaintance. The first battle he encountered after awakening was this person. There was also Lu Yin disguised as Yi Bo, who left a deep impression on him. If not for this person he would have already captured Qing Ping. He wanted to make a move, but the Eternals might have a backup plan if they wanted to meet him. After thinking about it, old Monster Mo decided to meet them and see what they were up to. However, it couldn't be in this space-time. Not long after, someone sent a message to the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces. See you in the Forest Orchid space-time. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces contacted Lu Yin and headed towards the Forest Orchid space-time. The Forest Orchid space-time was several parallel spacetimes away from the ruler space-time. According to old Monster Mo's cautiousness, this space-time was the safest place to meet. Soon the three met in the Forest Orchid space-time. Old Monster Mo looked at the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces with an unfriendly gaze and then looked at Lu Yin. What are the Eternals trying to do? The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces went straight to the point. The Eternals want you to join. Old Monster Mo sneered. I'm a human. How can I join the Eternals and become a corpse king? The Game of 1,000 Faces laughed. Not only are you able to maintain your human body but with your strength. You can definitely fight for a spot in the seven heavens. With your strength. With your strength, you too. In the era of above heaven, it would be at the level of the three realms' six paths. It had to be said that the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces was very eloquent. His words had moved old Monster Mo. Old Monster Mo had always dreamed of reaching Wu Tian's level. The Eternals sure are sincere. They've sent you two who have a grudge against me to rope me in. Eccentric Mo sneered. Lu Yin replied coldly, not really. It's just a conflict. The person from the 1,000 Faces game looked at old Monster Mo. Senior, this is not a multiple-choice question. With the current situation, it is impossible for you to join the Six Paths Association. The conflict between you and Lu Yin is irreconcilable. Back then when my clan attacked the above heaven you also took part in it. Your target was Lu Bujing, a member of the Lu family. You can't join the Six Paths Association. You can only join the everlasting race. Curmudgeon Mo laughed out loud. Do you really think I'm stupid? I won't join anyone. Let's see what they can do to me. But if that's the case, Senior's goal will be very difficult to achieve. What do you mean? Senior, don't you want the heavenly eye of martial law? Old Monster Mo's eyes narrowed. So what? I can't have it. Can the everlasting race obtain it? Right now, the everlasting race is being beaten so badly by the Six Paths Association that you can't even raise your head. That brat from the Lu family has both methods and schemes. His talent is also unprecedented. I've never seen anyone with better talent than him, not even in the above heaven. Once he breaks through to the progenitor realm, the everlasting race's good days will come to an end. The person from the 1,000 Faces game laughed. The same applies to Senior. Senior, you don't think that Lu Yin will give up on his grudge with you, do you? Curmudgeon Mo's eyes flickered. Of course he wasn't that naive. That was why he had been hiding in the endless battlefield all this time trying to figure out a way out. This was also why he had captured Qing Ping. With Qing Ping in his hands he could trade with Lu Yin and make the grudge disappear. This was his plan but it had failed. Fortunately he had run into the everlasting race. The everlasting race has ruined my plans multiple times. If not for you, that brat from the Lu family wouldn't have found the heavenly eye of martial law. The more Curmudgeon Mo thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at Lu Yin. If not for you, Qing Ping wouldn't have been able to escape. In the end, it's the everlasting race that's been causing trouble for me. The person from the 1,000 Faces game said loudly. That's why we've come to invite Senior to join the everlasting race. From now on we'll only have one enemy, and that's the Six Paths Society. Curmudgeon Mo sneered. You've ruined my plans multiple times and now you want to rope me in? Dream on. Get lost or don't blame me for taking action. The person from the 1,000 Faces game was helpless. Senior, joining the everlasting race will only bring you benefits and no harm. Why be so stubborn? The true God once said that whether it's humans, beasts, bugs or corpse kings, they're all born from the universe. Perhaps when this universe is destroyed, a new species will be born in the next universe. Every species originates from the universe and it's just that the external forms of life are different. There's no need to be so rigid about one's race. After death, all of us will turn into dust. Curmudgeon Mo looked at the person from the Thousand Faces game. There's no need to talk nonsense with me. If I cared, I would have attacked you long ago. Then why won't Senior join the everlasting race? The person from the Thousand Faces game was puzzled. Curmudgeon Mo's eyes flashed. If you want me to join, sure, but you have to show some sincerity. What sincerity? Lu Yin asked coldly. Curmudgeon Mo looked at him. I want Lu Bujing's life. Lu Yin frowned. The person from the Thousand Faces game was put in a spot. Senior, Lu Bujing stays in the Above Heaven sect all year round. If you want his life, it's tantamount to starting an all-out war between the everlasting race and the Above Heaven sect. What, you don't dare? Curmudgeon Mo sneered. Just as the person from the Thousand Faces game was about to speak, Lu Yin interrupted. It's not that I don't dare, but that there's no need. Cut the crap. Either take Lu Bujing's life for me or get lost. Curmudgeon Mo was getting impatient. The person from the Thousand Faces game had no choice but to give Lu Yin a look, intending to leave. The everlasting race rarely succeeded in recruiting powerhouses unless they were faced with a life-or-death situation. For a powerhouse like Curmudgeon Mo, joining the everlasting race did not make much of a difference. He already had experience. Lu Yin shook his head and looked at Curmudgeon Mo. We have no plans to start a war with the Above Heaven sect for now, so we can't kill Lu Bujing. However, we can help you deal with Qin Ping. Curmudgeon Mo's brows raised. What do you mean? The person from the Thousand Faces game looked at Lu Yin, not understanding either. Lu Yin's expression was cold, but his gaze was filled with confidence. Qin Ping should have already fled back to the Genesis space. He thinks he's safe there, so we can enter the Genesis space and capture him. Didn't you want to attack Qin Ping? We ruined your plan, so we'll return him to you. This price is sincere enough, right? The person from the Thousand Faces game did not understand. After learning about their mission to capture Qin Ping, Lu Yin's words made sense, but he did not want to go to the Genesis space. You're willing to enter the Genesis space to help me capture Qin Ping? Curmudgeon Mo asked suspiciously. Lu Yin stared at Curmudgeon Mo. Not us, but you. Otherwise we might not be able to capture Qin Ping on our own. I don't know what Qin Ping means to you, but he's very important to that Dao Lord Lu. I heard that he's Dao Lord Lu's senior brother. Curmudgeon Mo's eyes burned. If not for this reason, why would he want to capture Qin Ping? He did not know that the Eternals' target had been Qin Ping as well. Rather than saying that they were helping him capture Qin Ping, it was more accurate to say that he was helping the Eternals. To the Eternals, having another expert to help them capture Qin Ping was a good thing, and the ancestor would not refuse. To Curmudgeon Mo, this was a show of sincerity. However, all of this was within Lu Yin's plan. To Lu Yin, he was helping the Eternals convince Curmudgeon Mo to help them capture Qin Ping, and he was also helping the Eternals show their sincerity to Rope and Curmudgeon Mo. This was equivalent to accomplishing two tasks at the same time. His goal was to better display his loyalty to the Eternals and kill one or two captains of the True God Guard. It would be perfect if he could kill Curmudgeon Mo as well. This was killing three birds with one stone. The people from the Thousand Faces game were completely clueless, but the ancestor understood everything. She had praised Lu Yin's intelligence. He had asked Curmudgeon Mo to work with them to capture Qin Ping while also trying to rope in this expert. Regardless of whether the mission was completed or not, she had seen Lu Yin's dedication. Thus, she had agreed to let Lu Yin, the people from the Thousand Faces game, and Curmudgeon Mo enter the Genesis space to capture Qin Ping. Although Curmudgeon Mo was wary of the Genesis space, it wasn't to the point where he didn't dare to go. After all, Patriarch Lu Yuan was in seclusion, and Curmudgeon Mo was confident that no one could stop him. Since the Eternals were willing to help, then there was no harm in helping. However, he wasn't willing to travel with Lu Yin and the others. Before he decided to join the Eternals, he didn't want to be labeled as a traitor to humanity. Before they left, the ancestor had given Lu Yin the contact information of several spies in the Genesis space. These spies were coordinates that could be used to enter a parallel spacetime that led directly to the zone of I. Lu Yin felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. Previously, they had captured an elder because of Yu Hua, who had led them to the white bamboo spacetime. Now these spies were probably the same as that elder. If there were more of them, the Above Heaven sect would be able to attack the zone of E directly from these parallel spacetimes. In the Genesis space in the Neoverse, yellow sand filled the sky. The giant Shishio swung its tail, occasionally smashing it against the ground with loud thuds. This was to intimidate its surroundings and prevent any creatures from ambushing it. Xianxia was enormous, but it only knew how to defend and not attack. Its most common method was to intimidate. Lu Yin sat cross-legged on its back and calmly gazed into the distance. Not far from him was a member of the Thousand Faces Bureau. We've discovered another great world hidden within the yellow sand cliffs. It looks pretty good and it cultivates battle techniques related to the yellow sand, the person from the bureau said as he looked in a certain direction. Lu Yin didn't say anything. Along the way, the person from the bureau had been interested in discovering great worlds. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have killed him before they even reached the Hall of Honor. The Genesis space is truly the most dazzling spacetime of human civilization. Let's not talk about the Above Heaven Sect era for now, and let's not even talk about the current Above Heaven Sect era. Before that, there didn't seem to be any progenitors, but there were so many of them that they needed to hide in great worlds. Those great worlds developed one civilization after another, and some of them aren't bad at all. Do you think that Lu Yin of the Above Heaven Sect has done a full count of these great worlds? Chapter 2962. Lu Yin looked up. Counting? Indeed, there was a world alliance among the Neoverse 3,000 major worlds. Back then, it had been the Hall of Honor's money bag that specialized in creating, selling, and recycling major worlds. Through the World Alliance, the Hall of Honor, and the current Heavenly Sect, Lu Yin had a general understanding of these major worlds. Among them, there were major worlds with envoys like the Radiance Realm and the Crimson Rainbow Realm. Most of the others could not survive on this continent and had gone into hiding. The combined power of these major worlds could not even compare to a small sect in the Innerverse, so there was no need to count them. But regardless of whether it was the Hall of Honor's era or the current Heavenly Sect's era, no one dared to say that they completely understood all of the major worlds. No one knew if there were any extremely powerful major worlds in these major worlds. The Fifth Mainland had experienced several large-scale battles, even battles that determined the survival of the human race. These major worlds had been used before, but they had never found any that were too powerful. These major worlds were better used for transportation. However, Lu Yin recalled the scene of a card traveling through a major world. That card had caused the Interstellar Arbitration Tribunal's presiding judge, Mu Tianluan, to fear and not dare to touch it. At that time, Lu Yin had thought that the card had a power level of over 1,000,000 or even close to that of a half-progenitor. After that, he had ordered a search for that major world, but he had not been able to find it. He remembered that major world, but he was not clear about it, which was why he wanted to know more. Regardless, there should not be any progenitors in the 3,000 major worlds, so the Heavenly Sect had not paid much attention to it. Lu Yin did not pay much attention to it either, and he had just happened to remember it. The race should control some major worlds, Lu Yin said. The Game of 1,000 Faces casually replied, I don't know about that. My mission has always been the endless battlefield, so I don't know much about this spacetime. But from what I can see, they definitely control it. It's impossible for them to not use such a good place to hide. Lu Yin thought the same. He especially wanted to obtain Bai Wuxian's eternal list, as it recorded all of Bai Wuxian's spies. Although many of the spies in the Genesis space had been dealt with, there were still quite a few hidden ones, just like the ones that the ancestor had given him. No one would have thought that those ordinary cultivators were actually spies of the Eternals. Xilan headed towards the Hall of Honor. Although it had been destroyed by the 7 sky gods, it had been rebuilt on the spot. It was no longer the center of the Fifth Mainland's power. Above him, cultivators flew past one after another. This continent was completely different from the first time he had come here. Back then, it had been desolate and no one could be seen for 10 days to half a month. Now, however, there were people passing by from time to time. The overall strength of the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland had increased by a lot. A few days later, the cloud pass stone in Lu Yin's pocket vibrated. He accepted the call and heard Curmudgeon Mo's voice. I'm here. What about you guys? Very soon. Lu Yin put down the cloud vision stone and stood up. Let's go, he's here. She wagged her tail and walked away, but there was no one on her back now. While Lu Yin and the members of the Thousand Faces Bureau waited for Old Monster Mo on Xixiu's back, they also silently observed the continent for any powerful cultivators. From the looks of it, there weren't any. Not long after, Lu Yin and the members of the Bureau of 1,000 Faces arrived at the ruins of the Hall of Honor. Buildings had been erected on top of the destroyed ruins, but they were far less solemn than before. Where's old freak Mo? The people from the Game of a Thousand Faces looked around. Lu Yin growled, "Don't worry about him. We've succeeded. If anyone tries to stop us, he'll naturally act. There's no need for 3 progenitors to act at the same time for a mere Qingping. I'll control him and observe the situation first. After all, he was ambushed in the endless battlefield. I'm afraid that there might be experts from the sects protecting him," the person from the Game of a Thousand Faces said. He scattered his consciousness and directly controlled more than 10 people to walk inside. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was also his consciousness. He suddenly wondered if he could steal the consciousness of the person from the Game of a Thousand Faces. If he could, would there be any changes to the dice's 6 pips? This idea moved him and made him change his original plan. He could spare this person's life. After a few hours, the person from the Game of a Thousand Faces' gaze shifted. "I see Qingping." Lu Yin looked at him. "At present, it seems that there are no experts around him. How can your people see Qingping?" Lu Yin was puzzled. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces said, "He's drinking tea." Drinking tea? There are always times when people are tired. It's normal to rest for a while. Prepare to attack. He's not prepared. I'll use my consciousness to disrupt his thoughts while you capture him. Although there are no experts to support him, we still have to take him away as quickly as possible. We can't hesitate, the person from the Game of a Thousand Faces reminded him. Lu Yin nodded. "I understand. Attack." The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces stared into the distance. His consciousness descended and forcefully controlled Qingping. At the same time, Lu Yin took a step towards Qingping. The teacup in Qingping's hand fell and shattered with a bang. His vision blurred as Lu Yin appeared and grabbed him. In another direction, old Freak Mo's eyes burned. He had succeeded. At that moment, Qingping, who should have been controlled by his consciousness, suddenly raised his head and stared at Lu Yin. His body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in another direction. This was the secret word plan. Old Freak Mo's eyes widened. He couldn't control him? Lu Yin turned and grabbed Qingping again. This time his powerful aura suddenly erupted. He didn't need to hold back and directly exposed himself. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces was shocked. This Qingping was indeed Lu Yin's senior. He couldn't even control him? But it didn't matter. Under Yi Bo's attack he couldn't possibly escape. Old Freakimo thought the same. Even though Yi Bo had exposed his strength, no one here could deal with him. Even if the Above Heaven sect had reinforcements, it would still take a long time. Lu Yin had used all his strength to disguise himself as Yi Bo. Qingping had only been able to dodge once because no one had expected him to be able to break free from the Game of a Thousand Faces control. This time he was facing a powerful progenitor. Even if he could fight against an ordinary progenitor, he couldn't fight against a captain of a true god guard. Lu Yin's hand approached again and Qingping stared blankly as Lu Yin's hand reached out. He didn't seem to be able to react. Suddenly, a star appeared in front of Lu Yin and exploded. Lu Yin retreated. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces' pupils shrank. Not good as Lu Yin. They had studied Lu Yin before, and this sudden explosion was the result of Lu Yin borrowing progenitor Chen's strength to display the serious art. Lu Yin had attacked. He hurriedly rushed out. Old Freakimo, attack now. Old Freakimo didn't hesitate and attacked at the same time. Darkness instantly enveloped the area. With the 3 of them working together they could definitely capture Qingping. However, the 3 of them stopped at the same time and retreated. They felt an extreme sense of danger that didn't come from them but from above. Above them, a giant black hole had appeared at some point. Progenitor's origin tribulation go. Lu Yin shouted. There was no need for him to say anything as old Freakimo had already retracted the power of darkness. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces wasn't slow either, and they flew off into the distance. If they wanted to return to the Zone of E, they had to go through a stargate. Facing the progenitor's origin tribulation that was constantly expanding above their heads, they had to leave this area before they could take out a stargate. They had failed again. 3 progenitors, one of whom was a sequence law powerhouse, had failed twice in their attempt to capture a half-progenitor. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces took out a stargate and ignored Lu Yin. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces left on his own. Suddenly, a star appeared in front of them. Serious art explode. It was Lu Yin again. The person from the Game of a Thousand Faces grabbed a stargate and left. Lu Yin had used Progenitor Chen's serious art to detonate a star, but that was a real star. Progenitor Chen had used serious art to create countless stars on the fifth mainland. Only by detonating such a star could a progenitor be fatal. The one in front of them was just a simulation created by Lu Yin's serious art, and it wasn't enough to cause any harm to the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces only reacted when the star exploded. Such a weak star explosion was something that he could easily withstand, and he didn't need to care about it. He took out a stargate again, and another star appeared in front of him. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces pressed down with a palm, directly colliding with the star explosion. His body didn't even tremble. It was impossible to stop him from leaving with this kind of power. Just as he was about to step through the stargate, Lu Yin's voice came from behind him. "Wait for me." The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces turned back and frowned. "You." Before he could finish, Lu Yin shouted, "Be careful." Another star appeared, and the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces destroyed it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin appeared beside him and swept past him, heading for the stargate. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces followed closely behind. Suddenly, Lu Yin stopped and turned around to face the person. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces was stunned, and before he could react, Lu Yin's palm struck his abdomen. The powerful force almost tore his body apart. Lu Yin had used the power of the 100 Fists imprisonment in this palm strike, and even the body of the captain of the True God Guards couldn't withstand it. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body crashed to the ground. He could see Lu Yin getting further and further away. He stared at Lu Yin. What? Lu Yin turned and stepped into the stargate, and it disappeared. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces crashed to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. He endured the pain and tore through the void to leave. There was something wrong with this Yibo. At this moment his mind was in a daze. His feeling. Secular world. He looked up and saw crazy Dean Xiaochen walking over from a distance. "We meet again, old friend. Whose life do you want to experience this time?" The range of the Tribulation Origin black hole continued to expand, and many cultivators fled in all directions. No one had expected Qingping to suddenly break through to the progenitor realm, but this was all within Lu Yin's plan. Without breaking through to the progenitor realm, how could Qingping resist the capture of 3 progenitors? And breaking through to the progenitor realm was something that senior brother Qingping had decided to do long ago. If there were too many progenitors in the Above Heaven sect, then it would be obvious that this was a trap. The unlucky one would be Lu Yin, who was disguised as Yi Bo, who had urged them to come to the fifth mainland to capture Qingping. Yi Bo's identity was very useful, and Lu Yin didn't want to waste it. No one could blame him for failing to pass the progenitor realm's Tribulation Origin command. As for whether the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces could escape, that was his own problem. As long as old Monster Imo didn't see Lu Yin make a move, there wouldn't be any problems. Chapter 2963. In the outer verse above the heavens, one progenitor after another walked out and headed towards the Neoverse. They wanted to watch Qingping break through the progenitor realm. It was especially so for Lu Bujing and the others. They all yearned to break through to the ancestral realm, but they did not have the confidence to do so. All they could do was watch one person after another succeed. Beneath the Tribulation Origin black hole, Qingping's expression was calm. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, but his little junior brother's cultivation speed was too fast, so fast that he had no choice but to break through to the ancestor realm. After all, he was the senior brother. Before they died, they had the obligation to protect little junior brother. How could a half-martial ancestor be protected? One figure after another appeared outside the range of the Origin Tribulation. They were the experts from the Above Heaven sect. As expected, a familiar scene appeared, suppressing the heavens. Only the most extraordinary people among the half-martial ancestors would be able to create such a scene. They could use the absolute stellar source vacuum to stop those who were going through their tribulations. Their appearance could suppress the sky, which represented the approval of the stellar source universe. Qingping was the same as Leng Qing. He had the ability to make the stellar source universe stop those who were going through their tribulations. Leng Qing used her body as a blade to cut through the sky. When Lu Yin had undergone his 6th origin tribulation, he had encountered the sky suppressor. He had used the starry sky in his heart to seal off the astral source's power and prevent the sky suppressor from absorbing it. If he didn't have the ability to kill the heavens, how could he use his own strength as his ancestor? Everyone was curious about what Qing Ping would do. His weapon was the bell. Until now, he had been relying on the stellar source for his cultivation. He had no experience in creating his own power system. How was he going to survive the sky suppression? On the other side, Lu Yin had returned to the zone of E with a complicated look in his eyes. His senior brother's tribulation had been decided by him, and Lu Yin had suggested multiple times that they head to the Fifth Mainland to capture Qing Ping. Because of this, his senior brother had to succeed. Mr. Mu's disciples were not simple, so he did not want to fail. He walked towards his own pagoda. Now that the mission had failed, he had to give the ancient ancestor an explanation. The Fifth Mainland's new universe was isolated from the surroundings by the sky suppression dome. Not even sound could be heard. Qing Ping stood tall in the air. Even as he watched the suppressing heavens closing in on him, he didn't move at all. Everyone looked on as it was impossible for Qing Ping to fail. Even though he hadn't had much of a presence in recent years, that didn't mean that he was weak. He was Lu Yin's senior, someone who had been acknowledged by Lu Yin's sect. They were just curious about how Qing Ping would survive. Wuxia came. Seeing Qing Ping being submerged, he was not worried at all. Steady as a boulder. Steady as a rock? Elder Zen was puzzled. Wuxia said, "Master has left comments for us disciples. His comment on junior brother Qing Ping is that he is as steady as a rock." Elder Chan pondered. The sky-suppressing dome was wreaking havoc in the void, but there was no movement inside. Everyone watching was nervous. After a while it was still the same. Normally, either Lu Yin's isolated astral source would be absorbed, or Leng Qing's sky suppression would be broken apart. However, this scene was rare as it usually only occurred when one's sky suppression was unable to withstand it. But if Qing Ping couldn't hold on, it should have ended long ago. Why was it still like this? It was just like how the waves could sweep across the land, but they were unable to drown the land. I see. Big Sister appeared and looked ahead. What a powerful ability to control astral sources. Suppressing the heavens removes the astral sources from the body of the person undergoing the tribulation and then uses the astral sources to attack. The principle is very simple. If you want to attack the person undergoing the tribulation, you have to use the astral sources to touch the person undergoing the tribulation. But Qing Ping is able to use the astral sources for his own use at the instant suppressing the heavens attacks him. This is equivalent to snatching the astral sources from suppressing the heavens. Suppressing the heavens won. But now it seems like he won. All the astral sources that hit him were converted into his own power. How ruthless. I've only heard of such a scene before. Wuxia was surprised. Has happened before? He originally thought that Qing Ping's method of crossing the sky suppressing the heavens was unique. It seemed simple snatching the astral sources, but the astral sources originally belonged to the astral source universe. How could one snatch it? The difficulty of this was something that even he couldn't do now. This was also the reason why his master said that Qing Ping was as steady as a rock. In terms of astral sources control, Qing Ping was number one among the disciples. Even Lu Yin couldn't compare. Qing Ping was too steady. Big Sister rolled her eyes. Why do you think that only your sect can produce such a genius? May I ask, Senior, who else have you heard of using this method to cross the sky suppressing the heavens? Wuxia asked. Big Sister rolled her eyes again. The sky suppressing the heavens was still wreaking havoc. But inside, Qing Ping was as steady as a rock. He just stood there as though he could stand there forever. Finally, the sky suppressing the heavens disappeared. Qing Ping appeared in front of everyone. He was still calm. His expression didn't change. His aura didn't change. Even his clothes weren't wrinkled. The sky suppressing the heavens was even weaker than the wind. Everyone looked at him. He raised his head to look at the tribulation origin black hole. He didn't make a sound. While waiting, Elder Chan was curious. Your master's evaluation of Qing Ping is as steady as a rock. What is his evaluation of the Dao Master? Big Sister also looked at Wuxia curiously. Everyone who heard it was curious. Wuxia smiled and said, Senior brother Mufeng, you don't hide your blade. I remember it in one word. Junior brother Mufeng. He paused. Everyone stared at him. He clasped his hands behind his back. I can't see through him. Big sister frowned. You can't see through him? Wuxia nodded. Master can't see through little junior brother. Even master can't predict his future. Big sister was very satisfied with this answer. The more you can't see through him, the more powerful he is. Little Seven is indeed the most powerful. She had been stunned by Qingping just now. She had only heard of Wu Tian passing the sky, suppressing the heavens in her era. She hoped that Qingping would be powerful, but she didn't want anyone to surpass Little Seven. Little Seven was the most powerful. Elder Chan and the others weren't surprised. No one could see through him. This was who he was. It's here, someone said. Everyone looked at the Tribulation Origin black hole. A finger appeared in the black hole. It slowly descended and pointed at the void. Ripples spread. Everyone was confused. They saw a chessboard appear in the void. Starlight sparkled like chess pieces. Qingping was standing on the board. This was a game of chess. The finger moved and pointed at a corner of the chessboard. Qingping lifted his foot and moved in a certain direction. He was using himself as a chess piece to play against the owner of the finger. No one could understand. The game was simple, but Qingping was a chess piece. He was fixed within the chessboard, but he could still break out of the chessboard. Regardless, this game was seen by everyone. The game became clearer and clearer. Many people had strange expressions because Qingping was about to win. They had thought that the player was powerful, but they realized that the player, the owner of the finger, was very bad at chess. It was so bad that many people despised him. How dare he play chess with such a low level of skill? His style is so high. I thought he was some kind of chess expert to be able to make a move when Senior Qingping is facing the progenitor origin tribulation. How can he be so bad? Yeah, I can throw him off by 10 blocks. I can throw him off by 100 blocks. What do you mean? You beat me by 90 blocks? Cough, cough. Don't misunderstand. It was just a slip of the tongue. But this guy's chess skills are really bad. It's about to end. There was a clap, and the soft sound of a chess piece being placed could be heard. Qingping lifted his foot and moved to a certain position. He had won the game. Everyone's eyes widened. This was the first time they had seen someone play chess during the progenitor origin tribulation, and it was especially so bad. Just when everyone thought that the game was over, the finger suddenly pointed at Qingping. Qingping's body unconsciously moved. Not only that, but the scattered dots on the chessboard also moved. A few moves returned to their original positions and then continued. Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Was he regretting his move? The starry sky was silent. Regretting one's move was an especially shameless thing. However, at this moment, the person who had attracted the progenitor origin tribulation was regretting his move in front of everyone. Big sister suddenly became furious. It's Su Wangtian, that shameless Su Wangtian. Everyone was shocked. Wuxia was shocked. Zhuangtian. Big sister gritted her teeth. That's him. His chess skills are so bad, but he likes to play chess. He regrets his move after losing. Other than him, no one else is so shameless. Zhuangtian. I remember now. I did hear that ancestor Su Wangtian's chess skills were bad, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. He's too shameless. He actually regretted his move. He's not just shameless. Look, he's doing it again. Under the black hole of the progenitor origin tribulation, Qingping saw that he was about to win again. That finger regretted his move again. Qingping wanted to resist, but Su Wangtian reversed space and pulled Qingping back a few steps. Everyone was speechless. Shameless, shameless. There's actually such a shameless person. Shameless. In the crowd, Silao Yen was speechless. He silently lowered his head. Ancestor, this is too embarrassing. Not only did he regret his move, he was even recognized. This is too embarrassing. Su Wangtian was scolded, and even the Su clan was scolded. In an instant, the Su clan was enraged. Big sister panted heavily as she stared at that finger. If it wasn't the progenitor origin tribulation but an enlightened being, she would have definitely rushed up to break that finger. Shameless Su Wangtian. The progenitor origin tribulation had never been so mischievous. That finger regretted his move again and again, refusing to admit defeat. But he lost every time. His chess skills were beyond imagination. No one would have thought that an ancestor realm expert who could see through billions of stars with a single thought would be so bad at chess. Even if Su Wangtian wasn't in the ancestor realm, A half-martial ancestor wouldn't be so bad at chess. Seeing that the finger regretted his move dozens of times, no one knew how many times it would continue. Qin Ping made his move. Facing the reversal of space, he pointed out with his finger. An obscure power flowed through time. Su Wangtian reversed space. The battle between time and space distorted the void, tearing the chessboard apart. Qin Ping was forcefully pulled back a few steps by the reversed space. But at the moment when Qin Ping was about to be pulled back, he found a certain point in time and negated it. The chessboard shattered as it couldn't withstand the collision between time and space. Qin Ping's body swayed. He won. Su Wangtian wasn't in the ancestor realm yet. He didn't have the Su secret word. He relied on reversing space and reversing time. When the two collided, the chessboard was destroyed and the chess game disappeared. This game wasn't a game of chess. It depended on whether or not one could break the chess game. It depended on whether or not one could escape from Su Wangtian's reversal of space. If one couldn't escape, they would fail their tribulation. Chapter 2964. What the origin tribulation drew out was Su Wangtian's control over space. The chess game was just a facade. But outsiders didn't know that. They only saw Su Wangtian retracting his chess pieces when he lost. Retracting his chess pieces was very hateful and had a bad character. Qin Ping didn't need to explain because Su Wangtian really liked to retract his chess pieces. He even created the Su secret word just for retracting his chess pieces. Of course, there were also people who understood. Big Sister was one of them. She cursed Su Wangtian, and it had nothing to do with retracting his chess pieces. He was just cursing. At the same time, she was also shocked by Qin Ping's methods. He was actually able to break Su Wangtian's control over space. Su Wangtian's strength was not weak. Although he was criticized by many because of his character, and because he was too wretched and cautious, he rarely took action. Thus, not many people knew of his strength during that era. However, Big Sister knew. Big Sister was the ancestor of the Netherworld. She was someone who was treated with respect by the Dao Lord. Even so, she was kicked off the tree by Su Wangtian. That bastard only revealed his true strength at that moment. Bastard. Big Sister cursed habitually. Elder Chan and the others were already used to it. Every time the Above Heaven sect era was mentioned, Big Sister would pull Su Wangtian out and scold him. At this moment they looked at the origin tribulation black hole. What would appear next? No one thought that Qin Ping's tribulation would be simple. Although killing Tian Qiong and Su Wangtian was already very difficult, it wasn't the last stage of the death tribulation. Even after the death tribulation there was still the heart questioning. Although that wasn't the death tribulation, many half-martial ancestors were stuck at that stage. Lu Bujing, Mingnu and the others were all stuck at that stage. Under everyone's gaze, a bell rang in the sky. As the bell rang, sorrow rose in their hearts. Tears fell from their eyes. Countless people's eyes reddened as they thought of their loved ones, friends, and loved ones that they couldn't bear to part with. The sound of the bell rang everyone's sorrow. Elder Chan was surprised. What a familiar bell. Tomb Guardian? Elder Gong exclaimed from afar. Receiving battle intent? Big Sister exclaimed at the same time and looked at each other. Tomb Guardian appeared. Elder Chan looked at Big Sister. Tomb Guardian has always been here. How does Senior know about him? Nonsense, he was already there in our era, guiding the unyielding battle intent, protecting the inheritance of some people, waiting for the day of counterattack, Big Sister said in a heavy voice. Elder Gong didn't understand. Attack? He's only a half-martial ancestor. Big Sister listened to the sound of the bell. This is the manifestation of battle intent. According to the power of the current space-time, the burial garden has buried a generation of powerhouses, voluntarily waiting for the day they are summoned. However, in our era, the outside world said that they were buried in the burial garden and would never be able to rest in peace. That was the method of the Eternals. Many people believed it. They would rather escape or die than be buried in the burial garden. Therefore, those who were chosen by the burial garden but did not want to be buried in the burial garden would have their funeral bells rung. They would be carried away in a sedan. That would be a group of dead people. Elder Chan and the others looked at each other. The mausoleum keeper and the group of dead men, were they really that powerful? Recalling his interactions with the mausoleum keeper, Old Zen still could not believe that they were so powerful. The mausoleum keeper was only a half-martial ancestor, and the 4 leaders of the undead regiment only had a combat power of over 1 million. How could they bury an ancient powerhouse? However, there was something wrong. The mausoleum keeper was very familiar with the 7 gods' heavens, which was something they did not understand. The 7 gods' heavens were ancient, so it was impossible for them to understand. However, the mausoleum keeper knew them very well, and his attitude was also very unyielding. The last time it opened, it was because of the undead god. A large number of ancient corpses wanted to hunt down the ancient bloodline, so the burial garden opened. Speaking of which, they really did not know how long the burial garden had existed. However, the last time the burial garden opened, a demonic human appeared. It was abnormally powerful, and there was an ancient inheritance in the burial garden. Under the tribulation origin black hole, the bell rang louder and louder, and the sorrow it brought became more and more intense. Qing Ping looked up. He had already known the truth of the burial garden from Mr. Mu. The tribulation origin had actually brought the burial garden out to bury him. Was this the tribulation origin, or was it real? Qing Ping did not understand. White pieces of paper fluttered and scattered into the sky. The paper men walked out of the tribulation origin black hole, swaying back and forth. It was very strange. A river flowed down from the sky. Although he could not see its color, Qing Ping knew that it was the yellow spring. The strange sedan chair swayed in the yellow spring. There were scarecrows on both sides like casual guards. The group of dead men came out, wanting to carry him into the burial garden to be buried. The yellow spring blows the swana, the dead carry the sedan chair, life is inlaid in paper, crows protect the ancestors' tomb. These words unconsciously appeared in the minds of everyone who saw this scene. Big Sister was shocked. He saw it again. Although it was the tribulation origin, this scene was still so shocking and sorrowful. It reminded her of the most tragic past of that era. How many people had died, how many people were willing to be buried in the burial garden, and how many people were carried away by the group of dead men. The appearance of the burial garden represented despair, a battle that was bound to be lost, but it also represented a new life, representing the unyielding will of humanity. Back then she had almost entered the burial garden. If she had not seen the tree, she would have really entered. The group of dead men walking out of the tribulation origin black hole, and the sound of the funeral bell, made the new universe especially strange. This was a scene that made people shiver, not to mention Qing Ping, who was facing the group of dead men. Has anyone ever resisted the group of dead men? Elder Chan suddenly asked. Big Sister frowned. No one has ever succeeded. This sentence made even Wuxia's heart sink. This was the power of the above heavens era. Why would it appear now? Junior brother Qing Ping was not simple either. Although he could not be compared to little junior brother, the fact that he could draw out such a strange tribulation origin meant that the astral source universe recognized him and represented his talent and strength. At the same time, in the zone of E, Lu Yin came to the side of the tower where ancestor she was standing quietly, still looking at the river of divine power in a daze. Lu Yin did not know what she was looking at. Could it be that she also wanted to obtain the 3 ultimate techniques of the true God? Ancestor Shi, the mission failed this time. Lu Yin was interrupted by Ancestor Shi before he could finish. Ancestor Shi gestured for Lu Yin to come closer. Lu Yin was alert, but he still walked forward and followed Ancestor Shi's gaze to the river of divine power. His eyes narrowed as he saw a scene on the river. It was the scene of Qing Ping crossing the progenitor's tribulation origin. This is... Lu Yin was shocked. Ancestor Shi could see this scene, so could she have seen him sneak attack the people from the Game of a Thousand Faces? Lu Yin's scalp went numb at the thought. I received news that Qing Ping broke through to the progenitor realm, so I specially came to take a look. Did your mission fail because he happened to break through to the progenitor realm? Ancestor Shi asked. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, the people from the Game of a Thousand Faces ambushed Qing Ping and wanted to capture him. Qing Ping broke free from the control of the people from the Game of a Thousand Faces and avoided me. Just as we were about to continue attacking, Lu Yin made his move and used the power of the stars to separate us from Qing Ping. I managed to escape, but the people from the Game of a Thousand Faces couldn't. Ancestor She did not mind as she looked at the river of divine power quietly. Tribulation origin? It's actually the burial garden. Seems like this Qing Ping is very talented, as expected of that person's disciple. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Mr. Mu? Ancestor She knew him too? The two of them did not speak as they quietly looked at the river of divine power. In the Neoverse, the yellow springs extended to Qing Ping's feet as the paper dolls carried the palanquin closer. The tolling of the death knell became louder and louder as they approached. Qing Ping looked at the group of dead men approaching, but he was unwilling to make a move. Regardless of whether it was the tribulation origin or the real burial garden, this was the land of hope for countless heroes of humanity. This was the sorrow of that era but also the hope of that era. He would not make a move. He closed his eyes as the astral source in his body suddenly dissipated. Since that was the case, he might as well give up. "What is he doing?" someone exclaimed. "He's giving up?" Elder Chan watched as the astral source in Qing Ping's body continued to dissipate. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. How could he give up? With Qing Ping's character, even if he did not have the confidence to pass the tribulation, he would not give up. Heavenly Master Xianxia, Elder Gong, and the others looked on with complicated expressions. They knew Qing Ping, and when they saw him give up on the progenitor realm origin tribulation, they felt an indescribable sadness. The progenitor realm origin tribulation was indeed too difficult. Lu Bujing and the others were helpless. They had no choice in the face of the burial garden. As people from the above heavens era, they naturally understood the legend of the burial garden. No one could escape from the group of dead men. They had to be buried. If he did not want to die, he could only give up. Unfortunately, the young master's senior brother must also be a shocking genius. Big Sister looked at Qing Ping. It was not that he did not want to pass the tribulation, but that he was unwilling to make a move. This person had his own persistence, and for this persistence he was willing to give up the tribulation. Lil 7 was far from this person's persistence. It was a pity. If he could pass the tribulation, he would definitely be powerful. Wuxia sighed. Since the origin tribulation appeared, there must be a chance to pass it. Junior brother should have understood this logic, but he still gave up. He did not give up on the tribulation but on the burial garden. Junior brother's persistence was like his cultivation, as stable as a rock, unshakable. In E region, Lu Yin clenched his fists. He had failed. "Senior brother, why did you give up?" "Ancestor," she praised, "this is a genius of the current era. Not everyone has the courage to give up on the progenitor realm. For the persistence in his heart, he must have understood the burial garden very well." "Yibo," Lu Yin looked at Ancestor. "She, here. Continue to think of a way to capture him and turn him into a corpse king." Ancestor, she looked at the divine force lake with bright eyes. Lu Yin did not understand. This person has already failed the tribulation. He has no value. Even if he is Lu Yin's senior brother, why would Lu Yin make a move for him? Ancestor, she's lips curled up. Not for anyone, but because of this person. He has the qualifications to be nurtured by the eternal race. Just because he failed the tribulation does not mean that he will never be able to go up. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Understood, I will contact Imo Shang again." "There is no need to contact him. Even if we capture this person, we will not hand him over." "All right." With that, Ancestor, she left and the divine force lake returned to normal. Lu Yin sighed. Senior brother had failed the tribulation. Would Mr. Mu appear? The eternal race had a way to let senior brother continue. But what about Mr. Mu? There might be a way. In the new universe, the yellow springs flowed under Qing Ping's feet. He stood at the same spot as the group of corpses walked towards him. However, they were becoming more and more transparent. Above his head, the tribulation origin black hole gradually disappeared. The ancestor realm origin tribulation had ended. Chapter 2965. Everyone sighed, thinking that there would be another progenitor. The progenitor realm was extremely rare. There were so many progenitors in the above sky sect, but how many had actually broken through in this spacetime? Just because there were many progenitors didn't mean that the difficulty was low. Otherwise, Lu Bujing and the others would have broken through long ago. Elder Chan and the others watched as the black hole disappeared and prepared to comfort Qing Ping. Suddenly they froze in place and stared blankly. Qing Ping, whose aura had declined to the point that he wasn't even an emissary, suddenly released a white light from his chest. It spread out and enveloped the sky, illuminating the universe. In an instant it spread out and covered the entire neoverse. Countless people looked up at the starry sky and saw an unforgettable scene. They actually saw a white sky in the dark and deep starry sky. It was as if the sky was bright and clear, covering everyone. This wasn't power. No one could feel the power of the astral source, but this bright white replaced the starry sky and illuminated the haze. They could vaguely see an incomparably huge scale lying across the starry sky, as if weighing something. Everyone was stunned. This isn't an astral source tribulation. He's taking another path. Fate Maiden was shocked. Lu Bujing and the others stared at this scene. Under this starry sky, another person who didn't take the astral source tribulation had appeared. He had clearly failed the tribulation. What kind of talent did he have to be able to make him undergo tribulations consecutively? Big Sis was shocked. There had been many who didn't take the astral source tribulation in the above sky sect era. However, he could immediately take another path even though his astral source tribulation had clearly failed. Was he still human? Even further away, crazy Principal Xiaochen looked on in admiration. Was this person the same as him, not taking the astral source path? If the predecessors could do it, then the people of today could also do it. The universe was filled with too many possibilities. Since there were rules, there were ways to play according to the rules. Cultivation could reach the progenitor realm, but there were also other paths. However, without great perseverance and wisdom, it was impossible to do it. Qingping had done it and so had Lu Bujing. Perhaps the future that Lu Yin hoped for could really appear. The 3 realms, 6 paths, 9 mountains and 8 seas could truly rival the above sky sect of that era. There was no black hole, no astral source, nothing. There was only the white sky that replaced the starry sky and the scale. Qingping lifted his feet and appeared at one end of the scale. He placed his hands behind his back. The judgment of others begins with the scale, but it also begins with the justice in one's heart. Weigh others as well as yourself. Judge, rule, justice. Lunatic. This was the word that appeared in everyone's mind when they heard Qingping's trial. If he wasn't a madman, how could he judge his own heart? His heart couldn't be controlled at all. Humans were greedy and selfish. How could he really be fair and just? No wonder he could walk another path. This path was simply courting death. He had persevered for countless years and walked a path of great perseverance. However, this path was destined to lead him to death. Even Wuxia didn't think it would succeed. Humans were such creatures. If they could control the greed in their hearts, how could they have 7 emotions and 6 desires? That was no longer human. On the scale, Qingping's body slowly floated up. On the other side, the white that replaced the dark starry sky was enough to illuminate the haze in Qingping's heart. Seeing Qingping float up, Elder Chan and the others' hearts sank. They had indeed failed. When the trial began, once they were completely lifted up, it meant that they had failed. Qingping looked at the other side. I am very fair. In a battle with non-humans, the rules of the trial are based on race. The fault lies not with me but with the other party. Who asked him not to be human? Everyone was dumbfounded. I am very fair. In a battle with a dwarf, the rules are based on height. Who asked him not to be taller than me? Everyone was speechless. I am very fair. In a battle with a complete person, the rules are complete. Who asked him not to be complete? Everyone's jaws dropped. I am very fair. In a battle with an ugly person, the rules are based on appearance. Who asked him to be uglier than me? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Can you find out where the injustice lies? The rules are as such. In the universe there are billions of rules. Since this rule has appeared, it can exist. If this is unfair, then it is the universe and time that is unfair. It is not me. If the rules of the universe can't make everyone equal, how can we transcend the rules? I am very fair. I have never done an unfair trial. Following Qingping's words, the scale actually stopped. Then it floated up and down, up and down, up and down. Everyone who saw this was really dumbfounded. How many years had they lived? They had never seen such a shameless person. He was shameless, right? Absolutely shameless. But why did he make it sound so sacred? Even Lang Lang in the sky couldn't suppress it? What he said seemed to make sense. That's right. Since the rules existed, the trial should be carried out according to the rules. What right did they have to say that he was unfair? Even though he was the one who proposed the rules, this space-time didn't deny it either. Existence was reason. This was Qingping's justice. No one had ever thought that someone would blame the universe itself for being unreasonable and in the end make the universe judge itself. Rather than saying that it was the day that illuminated the haze and judged Qingping, it was better to say that it was the universe that judged the bright day. Qingping was just a messenger. Big Sister swallowed her saliva. This was truly shameless. In comparison, Su Wangtian was nothing. This was the highest level of scoundrel. How to judge. Qingping's loss meant that the rules should not exist. It meant that the universe needed to put an end to the rules that he had proposed. For example, the rules were races or the rules were complete. These were things that could not be determined. This was because judgment was something that existed within the rules. Letting the rules negate the rules was the path that Qingping wanted to take. Using justice as a guide to touch the rules, he took a shortcut that constantly challenged the rules. At this moment, even those who heard Qingping's words felt that he should be right, even though it was very shameless. The final result was as expected. He slowly sank and the bright day was lifted up. This scene was something that those who saw it would never forget. It was always the day that illuminated the haze. No one had ever heard of someone being able to lift up the day. The judgment won the bright day. This scene was enough to be recorded in history. From start to finish, the universe was illuminated for an incense's time. When the starry sky returned to darkness, Qingping's aura had also completely disappeared. He stood alone in the starry sky and no one knew what he was doing. Everyone looked at him. Did he succeed? Big sister sighed. In this era there are many lunatics. After saying that, she left. Wuxia smiled. Congratulations, junior brother. In the distance, crazy Dean Zhou Xian nodded. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations could be heard. Lu Bujing and the others looked at each other. This was possible. If this could break through the ancestral realm, what else did they not dare to try? All this time they had thought of breaking through the ancestral realm too strictly and seriously. In fact, everyone's path was different. The key was whether one could see through that path. Qingping's path had clearly been blocked, but he had forcibly opened up another path. This method of breaking through the ancestral realm was like a slap to their faces, making them who did not dare to break through the ancestral realm blush. Lu Bujing decided not to do anything else after returning to the heaven above heaven. If he broke through the ancestral realm later, he would not be able to keep up with the times. As a powerhouse from the heaven above heaven, he felt somewhat embarrassed when the juniors broke through one after another. Fate daughter Hen Exen and the others felt the same way. Qingping's ancestral realm breakthrough not only allowed the fifth mainland to take another path to the ancestral realm, but also made the minds of the fifth mainland's half-martial ancestors active, giving them confidence. This was because he had become an ancestor from failure. At the same time, far away from Qingping's ancestral realm, in a starry sky full of meteorites, the void distorted. Then a piece of soil appeared. It had appeared inexplicably. More than 10 days later, a shaky spacecraft entered the meteorite belt. Warning: the spacecraft is severely damaged. Please repair it immediately. Warning: the spacecraft is severely damaged. Please repair it immediately. There were many people on the spacecraft and there were cries everywhere. How is it? Can it be repaired? The middle-aged captain looked solemn as he looked at the meteorites in front of him and kept avoiding them. If he could not avoid them, he would blast them away, but this situation would not last long. No problem, but it will take time. Do you have enough materials? Enough. The worst-case scenario is that we can't repair it, but we can hold on until the rescue spacecraft arrives. Good. Captain, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that a tree in front? The middle-aged captain looked at the screen, which showed the surrounding scene of the starry sky. In one direction a strange scene appeared. Half of a big tree had disappeared, and the other half was floating as if it had been cut off. Everyone looked at this scene with astonishment on their faces. There are many strange things in the universe. This tree must have been thrown away by someone guessed. Don't you think this tree looks familiar? I also think it looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Me too. The middle-aged captain's eyes turned cold. It's the tree that the heaven above heaven released. The people around exclaimed, right, it's the tree that the heaven above released for everyone to find. Whoever finds it will be heavily rewarded. Captain, we are rich. It's the heaven above sect. Everyone was excited. The middle-aged captain was excited as he looked at the screen. Right, it was that tree. The heaven above sect released an announcement that whoever found it would be rewarded as long as they reported it to the heaven above sect. That was the heaven above sect, the current ruler of the universe. A casual decision from them could change the lives of countless people. He spent all his wealth to buy this spacecraft just to transport goods. Actually, this business was very risky and the transportation industry had been monopolized. It was easy for someone like him to get into trouble, but he had no choice. He had to do this for his livelihood. Today, a huge opportunity was in front of him. He just had to report the tree's situation to the Heaven Above sect. As expected, it is it. Brothers, our chance to reach the heavens is here. The middle-aged captain laughed. The others were excited. Captain, let's capture it. But it's broken. I don't know if the Heaven Above sect wants it. Don't mess around. How can we capture a tree that the Heaven Above sect is looking for? Also look carefully. This tree doesn't look broken. Looks more like half of its body is hidden in the void. There is soil below. I don't know where it connects to. That is a distorted void. Don't get close. Take a picture and send it to the Heaven Above sect. Don't think about any fortuitous encounters. Such fortuitous encounters aren't something that people like us can obtain. Captain is wise. Hurry up. Chapter 2966. Lu Yin stood within the tower and looked into the distance in the direction of the Seven Gods Sky Tower. At that moment, one of the towers suddenly collapsed. He walked out of his tower and a maid stood beside him respectfully. What's going on? Go and ask, Lu Yin said. People like them would easily attract attention in the zone of disaster. But the maids of the various towers were unaffected and no one would bother them. It was more convenient for them to ask around. The maidservant replied respectfully and walked inside. After a while she returned. Sir, Lord Sorcerer God's tower has collapsed. Lu Yin was not surprised, as the Sorcerer God's death meant that it was normal for his tower to collapse. But why had it suddenly collapsed? A new tower is about to be built here. Apparently, someone wants to become the new Seven Gods Sky, the maid said respectfully. Lu Yin was surprised. Did you find out who it is? Apparently it's Lord Xiaoyin. Lu Yin frowned. Lord Xiaoyin wanted to replace the Sorcerer God as one of the Seven Gods Sky? Regardless of how well he had completed his mission, was he strong enough? Lord Xiaoyin's strength had always been unstable because some of his power had been taken away by the Grand Empyreans. However, he had hidden his strength even more deeply. He had broken through the path of yin and yang and now he was pursuing the fusion of yin and yang. Once he succeeded, his strength would be immeasurable. If he could really become one of the Seven Gods Sky, would that mean that he had completed his transformation? But it should not be that easy. If his strength did not reach that level, then his contributions would be sufficient, and the Eternals would wait for him to reach that level. What mission had he completed? Lu Yin felt uneasy. Lord Xiaoyin's mission involved the Lightning Lord. The Eternals might have confirmed that the three divine artifacts were in the Lightning Lord's hands after the attack on Earth. They had attacked the Ice Spirit Clan and instigated discord between the 5 Spirit Clans and the March Alliance. No matter how he looked at it, they were targeting the Lightning Lord. Could the Eternals be planning to attack the Lightning Lord? Lu Yin returned to the tower and headed to the Ice Spirit Clan. As long as they did not have any missions, their freedom was not restricted. They were different from the other progenitors who had joined the Eternals. After all, the captains of the true God Guards cultivated divine power and could not betray the Eternals. This was recognized by both the Eternals and the humans. A few days later, Lu Yin received a notification that the captains of the true God Guards had gathered in the zone of disaster, beside a stargate. He looked at the distant stargate where the captains were gathering. Perhaps it was related to the other side. Why are they gathering? Our mission hasn't been completed yet. When Dual Blade Flow arrived, the pink-haired woman was dissatisfied. The blue-haired man comforted him. We've already completed more than half of the mission. We can continue when we come back. There's no rush. Annoying. The pink-haired girl complained, but when she saw Lu Yin standing there calmly, she rolled her eyes. All of you are so weird. Can't you add a talkative person? On the other side, a sharp voice called out, Yi Bo, it was Yu Hua. Is someone from the game of 1,000 Faces dead? Yu Hua asked. 4 captains had already gathered here. Lu Yin, 2 blades, Yu Hua and mid-plate. Hearing Yu Hua's question, everyone in the middle plate looked up. I don't know. He didn't come back. Yu Hua gloated. I already warned them not to go to the origin space. That place is difficult to deal with, but they didn't listen. The pink-haired woman asked curiously, is the origin space really that powerful? Yu Hua's body, which was hidden under the black robe, trembled. He was obviously smiling. You can try it. The pink-haired woman looked expectantly at the blue-haired man. The blue-haired man frowned and stared coldly at Yuhua. Do you want to be stabbed? Yuhua sneered. I reminded you but you didn't listen. You asked for it. At this time Tiango arrived. It was still so small and cute and the pink-haired woman's eyes lit up. When Blackie and the gargoyle arrived, Ancestor Shi appeared. Go through the Stargate. Listen to Shaoyin deity's arrangements. This mission is very important and I hope you won't disappoint the clan. Ancestor Shi, are we not bringing any progenitor corpse kings? Yuhua asked. His cultivation hadn't recovered so he didn't feel safe. Ancestor Shi said indifferently, no need. Go. Woof. Tiango leaped towards the Stargate. Two blades followed closely behind. The pink-haired woman stared at Tiango. Boss, let me touch you. Blackie entered the middle plate one by one. Lu Yin didn't say a word as he walked towards the Stargate. After passing through, Lu Yin's expression changed as he looked into the distance. What's that? Behind him Yuhua appeared. 5 spirit races? There's also the March Alliance. This is going to be a huge battle. Within 2 blades, the blue-haired man had a serious expression. They were in a corner of the starry sky and a huge battle was taking place in the distance. It was between the 5 spirit races and the March Alliance and it looked very intense. Lu Yin saw sequence particles all over the starry sky. Why was this happening? He had already told the Ice Spirit race that this was a scheme of the Eternals. Why were the 5 spirit races still fighting the March Alliance? Soon the group of captains found Shaoyin, and there was a black-robed man standing beside him. Shaoyin's expression was solemn. Listen carefully. Wait for my order. Once it's given, use your divine power to slaughter the 5 spirit races. The captains retracted their auras and looked into the distance. Anyone who doesn't listen will be punished as a traitor, Shaoyin added as he glanced at Lu Yin. Clearly he was reminding Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't look away as he looked at the battle in the distance, ignoring Shaoyin. From time to time shockwaves would sweep over, tearing apart the starry sky and causing it to collapse. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched when he saw the sequence laws. There were far too many, far more than just 1 or 2 sequence laws. There were at least 5 of them. In terms of numbers, the 5 spirit races and the March Alliance had 8 sequence laws powerhouses. Even in the endless battlefield, there hadn't been so many sequence laws powerhouses. Only the battle at the Grand Celestial Tea Party could compare. Ripples spread out and the starry sky distorted continuously, forming a horizontal world of nothingness. Ice, thunder, earth, and sequence laws that Lu Yin couldn't understand constantly clashed. Stay away, Shaoyin reminded, and everyone moved away once again. The place was quickly torn apart by the sequence laws. It wouldn't be long before this part of the starry sky was gone. If it weren't for the Lightning Master's intervention, the March Alliance would have been destroyed long ago. How dare you attack the 5 spirit races? The Ice Spirit race's Ice Master's voice rang out. The Moon Goddess Death is related to the 5 spirit races. Even if the Lightning Master intervenes, it'll be useless. You must give the March Alliance an explanation. The Fire Spirit race's leader's death is also related to the March Alliance. Now it's us who will give you an explanation. The terrifying clash destroyed half of the space-time continuum, and the battle spread to other space-time continuums. Lu Yin stared into the distance. Had the Moon Goddess and the Fire Spirit race's leader both died? He looked at Shaoyin. Shaoyin, it was said that the Witcher Spirit Tower had been torn down in preparation for him. His completion of the mission was enough for the Eternals to promote him to one of the 7 sky gods. This matter was definitely related to him. However, he had gone to the Ice Spirit race a few days ago and told them about this matter. Now that they were still fighting, either his guess was wrong or the March Alliance really had attacked the 5 spirit races. Otherwise, the 2 sides wouldn't have started such a huge battle. There was also another possibility, which was that everything in front of him was an illusion. The battle continued from one space-time continuum to another and then to another. The sequence laws powerhouses continued to kill each other, forcing Shaoyin and the others to change space-time and keep an eye on the battle. Lu Yin's gaze became increasingly strange. At first he had seen a grand battle, but now, although the intensity of the battle hadn't decreased, he didn't see any casualties. Even the cultivators who hadn't reached the progenitor realm didn't suffer any casualties, let alone the sequence laws powerhouses. Was this really an illusion? He wasn't the only one who noticed this. Shaoyin also noticed that something was amiss. What's going on? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case when the battle has been going on for more than a month. Rivers of blood should be the norm. Xiaoyin frowned, feeling uneasy. There shouldn't be any problems. He had been the one to complete this mission, and he was confident that there wouldn't be any problems. Another half a month passed and the intense battle continued. However, Xiaoyin's expression was extremely ugly. No matter how intense the battle was, not many people had died. Furthermore, there shouldn't have been no one from White Cloud City to mediate. There was a problem. Xiaoyin wasn't stupid, as he had cultivated to his current level. He just hadn't been willing to accept it before, but now he had no choice. At that moment, the Cloud Vision Stone vibrated. Return to the Calamity Zone. Hurry. Xiaoyin immediately took out a Stargate. Return to the Calamity Zone. The group returned to the Calamity Zone through the Stargate. The moment Lu Yin stepped onto the ground of the Calamity Zone, an indescribable sense of danger filled his entire body. A terrifying chill caused him to subconsciously distance himself. Lightning descended from the sky and smashed into the Stargate, illuminating the Divine Power Lake and shattering the Stargate. It also shattered half of Yu Hua's body as he stepped out of the gate. Yu Hua didn't even see anything. Half of his body was shattered and he died completely. Lu Yin looked up in shock. Dodge. Xiaoyin growled beside his ear. Xiaoyin stepped in reverse, reversing space-time. Endless lightning swept past and split the void apart as he headed into the distance. The next moment, lightning replaced the sky and everything in sight. Accompanying the lightning was an angry roar. Eternal, get out here. Crack. Boom. Lightning exploded in the void and the ground of the Calamity Zone cracked open. The Divine Power Lake leaked out and the lightning was blinding. The entire space-time shook. Lu Yin panted heavily as he looked into the distance. Was that lightning the Lightning Lord? Lightning sequence particles filled the void like endless fireflies. Aside from the Lightning Lord, Lu Yin couldn't think of anyone else who possessed such terrifying sequence law power. This power was domineering and destructive, as if it wanted to shatter the entire spacetime. Another Stargate appeared and Tiango and the others rushed out, looking into the distance in shock. Someone's attacking the Calamity Zone? Erlu was shocked. In the Calamity Zone, the Divine Power Lake suddenly transformed into a tornado that shot into the sky, forming a storm that blocked the lightning. The Divine Power carried a unique pressure that seemed to overturn the entire Calamity Zone, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. In the sky and on the ground, the Divine Power Storm River and the lightning collided. Even progenitors felt as if they were facing the end of the world. These two powers weren't something that ordinary people could resist. Chapter 2967. At that moment, a sharp glint suddenly appeared behind him. Lu Yin turned around and saw a flash of white light approaching from afar, accompanied by a sword in white robes and white swords. The sword seemed to be the center of the entire universe, and it attracted everyone's attention. White Cloud City Kong Tianzhao. Divinity Xiaoyin gritted his teeth in disbelief. He had never thought that White Cloud City would counterattack despite the Eternals plotting against them. Were they crazy? Above their heads, the astral door that Lu Yin and the others had passed through trembled as powerhouses walked out. They were the leaders of the 5 spirit tribes and the Moon Goddess, Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost from the Trillionaris Alliance. All 3 were women, and they stared at the land of disaster with murderous eyes. The Moon Goddess should have died by now, as should the Fire Spirit tribe's leader, but they had all appeared. Even an idiot would know that the Eternals had been tricked. White Cloud City had known from the start that this was a scheme of the Eternals, but not only had they not exposed it, they had even used it to counterattack. The Thunder Lord was in front and Kong Tianzhao was behind him. The 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance had all arrived. However, this was not the end. From another direction, a dazzling golden light could be seen. A terrifying battle intent was accompanied by an angry roar. It was Celestial Victor. 11 powerhouses of the sequence laws were attacking the land of disaster. Lu Yin was shocked. This was White Cloud City's influence. It was no wonder that the Eternals had never wanted to start a war with White Cloud City. It was also no wonder that the Eternals had not dared to do anything to Jiang Qinyue despite her impudence in the 6th mainland. Although there were many ancestral realms above, there were only a few powerhouses of the sequence laws. This number could not compare to the number of people invading the land of disaster. Although these powerhouses did not necessarily belong to White Cloud City, the city definitely had the ability to influence them. No one had thought that the land of disaster would one day welcome such a powerful enemy. A hoarse voice came from the middle plate. The last person to invade the land of disaster was that undying person. This is too serious. Everyone, let's fight. Woof. They were clearly in the land of disaster, but Lu Yin felt as if the Eternals were being surrounded. In the distance, the remaining 6 towers that represented the 7 sky gods were destroyed by lightning. The Thunder Lord's domineering aura was unparalleled as he charged towards the Black Mother Tree, wanting to fight the only true god by himself. Kong Tianzhao and his sword, while celestial surpassing celestial was unparalleled. One progenitor realm corpse king after another charged out of the calamity zone. They looked like moths flying into a flame. Back then the humans had been like moths flying into a flame against the Eternals. Now the tables had turned. Zhong Pan, 2 Blades, Blackie, and the others all surged with divine power as they charged towards the 5 spirit tribes and the Tri-Moon Alliance. Lu Yin did the same as they could only rely on their divine power to fight against these powerhouses. In terms of true power, they were far from being a match for these sequence laws powerhouses. However, this was the disaster zone. The primordial space repelled the everlasting race, and so did the calamity realm. The heavenly dog barked and charged at Heavenly Venerate Victor. Heavenly Lord Victor raised his golden staff and smashed it down viciously, killing 3 progenitor realm corpse kings and destroying the tower. The human traders who had joined the Eternals were shocked. Half of those who tried to block this attack died. The Heavenly Hound slammed into Heavenly Lord Victor. Heavenly Lord Victor swept out with his staff and struck the Heavenly Hound with a bang. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the Heavenly Hound had been struck. Its small body crashed to the ground, but it was unharmed. It continued barking as it charged towards Celestial Champion Star. This scene overturned Lu Yin's understanding. The Heavenly Hound's small body clearly did not look very powerful, but it had actually withstood Heavenly Lord Victor's attack. In the distance, a sword swept past. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he saw the heads of several progenitor realm corpse kings flying. One of them had transformed into a corpse king, but it still could not block that sword. That was Kong Tianzhao, who had killed Orange Ji with a single strike outside of Earth. In the realm of Ice Spirit, Lu Yin had chatted with Jiang Qingyue about her master Kong Tianzhao. When facing an enemy, a single strike was enough. It was that simple. That sword was enough to become the center of the universe. It bloomed resplendently, but it was also a brilliance that would end. If he encountered someone who could make him use a second sword, it would be a dream come true, but it would also be the day of his death. The ancestor of the past walked out, sword in hand, his movements casual. Kong Tianzhao's sword seemed to stir up the void. Lu Yin did not see any sequence particles, but this sword gave him the feeling that it would be very difficult to block. Opposite him, the ancestor of the past looked up. It's a very pure sword, but it's too extreme. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor of the past swung his sword horizontally, forming a wheel. Kong Tianzhao's sword struck the sword hilt, hitting the center of the wheel where the sword was dancing. With a soft bang, the void shattered like glass, constantly cracking and spreading. The ancestor of the past was forced back by the sword, but she had blocked it. Kong Tianzhao's expression was indifferent as he raised his foot and took a step forward. The ancestor of the past also took a step forward at the same time. With a bang, the sword's edges collided again, and the aftershock swept out, bringing about a world of nothingness. The 2 swords collided and no one could see their figures. Only 2 flashes of white light could be seen that cut through the void and the earth. The golden staff swept across the world, destroying everything in its path. It wanted to destroy this region. Lightning filled the sky of the zone of disaster, and the Eternals seemed to have ushered in doomsday. Lu Yin's divine power boiled. His opponent was a woman named Moon Immortal. This woman's temperament was otherworldly, like a fairy that had descended. She was cloaked in moonlight and her appearance was fresh and beautiful. Even Lu Yin was stunned by her beauty. The Moon Immortal obviously did not care about Lu Yin. A mere captain of the true god guards who had not even reached the sequence laws was not enough to fight against her. If this place was not the zone of disaster, she was confident that she could easily kill this person, even if he had divine power. Divine power could resist the sequence laws, but how much divine power did this captain of the true god guards have? Lu Yin's divine power was like a battle armor. He opened his celestial eye and saw the moon immortal continuously using the sequence laws. Sequence particles were coming at him, but they were all burned by the divine power. He punched at the moon immortal. The moon immortal was cold and moonlight formed a river that flowed under her feet. She stepped on the river with her bare feet, and a white halo appeared behind her, constantly filling up the moonlight. Immortal moon illuminates the river. Lu Yin seemed to have heard these words, and then what greeted him was an overwhelming amount of moonlight slashes. Each slash contained enough killing power to threaten a progenitor, and the overwhelming amount of slashes was enough to make one shudder in fear. Yi Bo's strength alone was no match for this powerhouse of the sequence laws. The only thing Lu Yin could do was crazily boil his divine power and use it to resist the slashes and the woman's laws. The moon immortal was disdainful. How long can your divine power last? Although this was the zone of disaster, the lakes of divine power that flowed on the ground had to be absorbed. This did not mean that one could use divine power endlessly. Her slashes could completely kill this person before Lu Yin's divine power ran out. The other captains of the True God Guards faced similar situations, but the human traders who had sided with the Eternals had it even worse. Several progenitors had been killed. The zone of disaster was not as safe as they had thought. The most eye-catching battle in the entire zone of disaster was the Thunder Lord's attack. Shocking lightning brought with it an unparalleled destructive power that crazily shot towards the Black Mother Tree. The ground was already shattered, and the boundless divine power could not be contained. The lightning was like a sharp sword that pierced through the Black Mother Tree. Lu Yin looked over. The Thunder Lord was truly a ruthless person. After being schemed against by the Eternals, he immediately attacked the zone of disaster without any room for negotiation. This was absolute dominance. However, he relied on numerous sequence laws experts. If the Above Heaven sect had so many sequence laws experts, Lu Yin would also dare to attack the zone of disaster. Eternals, get out here. Don't you want what's mine? I'm coming. A deafening roar came from the Thunder Lord. He wanted to fight the only true God. A voice came from the direction of the Black Mother Tree. Jiang Feng, you want to start a war with the Eternals? Lu Yin's expression changed. Jiang Feng was the Thunder Lord's name, Jiang Qin and Jiang Qingyue's father. I've brought what you want. Come and take it if you dare. The Thunder Lord's voice shook the entire zone of disaster. You underestimate the Eternals. You underestimate White Cloud City. You are no match for me. Today's action will bring disaster to White Cloud City. We are here to die. Let me see how you lunatics are stronger than us. As soon as the Thunder Lord finished speaking, a bolt of lightning swept towards the Black Mother Tree. The Mother Tree swayed and a waterfall of divine power formed a rainbow that collided with the lightning. The lightning fell and destroyed the divine palace under the waterfall. Endless lightning shot towards the Black Mother Tree. The waterfall of divine power turned into endless rainbows and swept across the land. A battle between lightning and red light formed between heaven and earth. Lu Yin was shocked. The Thunder Lord was comparable to the only true God? How could this be? Although the Thunder Lord was very strong, he shouldn't have reached such a level. The ground of the zone of disaster repelled the extraterrestrial experts. However, the Thunder Lord had displayed a terrifying strength. This strength was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. Perhaps many people had misjudged the Thunder Lord. However, the Thunder Lord was definitely not at the level of crossing the bitter adversity. His words were very obvious. How big was the difference between crossing the bitter adversity and not? Lu Yin stared into the distance. In front of him, the moon immortal frowned. This guy still has the mood to watch the battle from afar? As she thought about it, the moonlight slash increased in number. It cut through the void, trying to exhaust Lu Yin's divine power. Lu Yin regained his senses and looked in front of him. You're not done yet? The moon immortal arched a brow and her expression darkened. Provocation. Her slashes increased once again. Lu Yin shook his head and did not say anything else. He had subconsciously said something, but he regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. If someone had heard him, they might have guessed something. Right now, what he needed to do was to exhaust her. How could he allow her to exhaust his divine power? He had not done anything in the zone of disaster over the past few years. All he had done was absorb divine power and he had not used it at all. Compared to the other captains of the true gods, he had far more divine power. If they really wanted to compete in consumption, he could give this woman a pleasant surprise. However, this battle should not last for much longer. Lu Yin's divine power might be able to hold on, but in the distance the other captains might not be able to. Blackie was facing the Thunder Spirit Tribe's patriarch, who also had the same law of thunder. Although it was not as powerful as the Thunder Lords, it was still unimaginable. As the thunder rumbled, Blackie's divine power continued to be exhausted, and it looked like it would not be able to hold on for much longer. The gargoyle was in the same situation. Its opponent was the Moon Immortal, who seemed to be targeting the gargoyle. The Moon Immortal was also an Origin Array Heavenly Master, but her mastery of Sourcebox arrays was a level higher. Lu Yin could clearly see that the gargoyle's Sourcebox arrays were constantly being erased. It would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Chapter 2968. In the distance, the Black Mother Tree trembled, and a long sword appeared in Jiang Feng's hand amidst the lightning. He raised his hand and stepped forward with lightning beneath his feet, intending to slash the Black Mother Tree apart. Lu Yin looked back, which attracted the attention of the others. Everyone subconsciously stopped fighting and looked into the distance. A hand reached out from the Black Mother Tree and gently flicked a finger to collide with the long sword. Bang! There was a soft sound, followed by complete silence. Everyone felt dizzy as countless scenes flashed before their eyes. It was as if they had seen their entire lives in that instant. The sword was repelled and the hand reached for the hilt. Thunder boomed as a blackish-purple substance spread out from Jiang Feng's arm. It was caught by the hand, and with a boom the entire void was replaced by a nothingness world. Everyone was shocked, as even progenitors were terrified by this scene. The nothingness world completely enveloped the land of disaster, about to devour it. Atop the Black Mother Tree, the blackish-purple substance on Jiang Feng's wrist split open, and fresh blood dripped down. He bent his wrist and slashed down with the sword, and his hand flicked out with his thumb again. There was another soft thump as time flowed once more. Black rain fell from the nothingness world, each drop swallowing the void and erasing space-time. The sword was repelled and the hand let go of Jiang Feng's wrist. Jiang Feng's wrist instantly recovered, and he raised his hand to strike again with his fingers bent. The lightning suddenly retreated and the void shattered where it had been. The nothingness world instantly vanished. The short exchange had ended just as quickly as it had started. The lightning quietly floated beside the Black Mother Tree, its blade hanging down. Upon closer inspection, one could see the mottled bloodstains on the hilt. Leave the item behind and White Cloud City will enjoy eternal peace, the one true God's voice rang out. Within the lightning, Jiang Feng raised his arm and pointed his sword at the Black Mother Tree. I told you that I'm here to die. Jiang Feng, it would be a pity if you died. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't have lived until now. There's nothing to pity. Haven't our predecessors died before us? I'm just a drop in the ocean. It would be perfect if I could take you with me. What's the point? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. These words reminded him of when he had wanted to use the progenitor's sword to kill the undying god, and the one true god had tried to stop him. His voice had been gentle, but it had been irresistible. Star Toad, the one true god's voice resounded throughout the land of disaster. Lu Yin's expression changed. Star Toad? In the land of disaster region, a beam of light connected the heavens and the earth. Within the beam of light, the void cracked. Lu Yin wasn't unfamiliar with this scene. Back when they had taken over the giant's hell, the Eternals had used this exact method to invite Star Devourer over and force them out of the giant's hell. And now the thing that walked out of the light beam was the Star Toad? Lu Yin knew about the Star Toad. Mr. Daheng's copper coins came from the Star Toad. It was a terrifying creature that wandered between various powers. Within the beam of light, a lotus leaf appeared in the cracked void. Immediately after, a giant toad appeared. Its size was not much smaller than the prison dragon. This was a golden toad. It wore a straw hat on its head, held a lotus leaf in its hand, and had a string of copper coins around its neck. It swayed as it walked out of the void. Its head was raised high and it looked very leisurely. He wore a tattered straw hat on his head. One of his hands was tied around his waist. I love making money without any capital. He only recognized that Qian Liqing was not here. Eternity, you. Are you calling me? A childish voice rang out in the sky. It was the star toad. The voice of the one true God came from the direction of the Black Mother Tree. Help me send off the guest. See him out? Is it this old acquaintance? Lightning Lord, long time no see. The star toad stared at the lightning with its bell-like eyes and laughed. Within the lightning, Jiang Feng looked up at the star toad. It has nothing to do with you. You are an evil guest. My master asked me to send you off. Don't make things difficult for me. Leave, the star toad said. Its mouth did not move, but its voice was very loud. The Eternals are declining day by day. Star toad, calculate if this is worth it. The star toad rolled its eyes and raised its lotus. Wait, let me calculate. When we first met, the Eternals were declining. The strongest power in the universe was the Above Heaven sect in the primordial space. At that time I helped the Above Heaven sect. The Above Heaven sect was destroyed and the Eternals rose. Humans did business with me and so did the Eternals. However, I helped the Eternals most of the time because they were too powerful. Furthermore, the Eternals were very generous. More and more universes were discovered, and the Six Direction Association was established. The 5 spirit races helped White Cloud City rise. In order to stop them, I gave some coins to some fellows and helped the Eternals create conflicts. I was also looking for an opportunity to deal with the people of White Cloud City. Another Above Heaven sect appeared in the primordial space and one of the 7 sky gods died. This seems to be the beginning of their decline. Not good, not good. This business deal will be a loss. The main reason is that the Above Heaven sect in the primordial space is rising too quickly. That human brat is ruthless. When I helped the Eternals deal with the Above Heaven sect, I specifically asked Dahing to think of a way to deal with that brat. Seems like he can't do it. I have to think of another way. Otherwise, I won't be able to get the rest of the payment. The Eternals are not at an advantage in Immemorial City either. The humans are secretly pulling people into Immemorial City. Hearing the Star Toad's calculations, both the Eternals and humans in the land of disaster had strange looks on their faces. The Star Toad's calculations had exposed its intentions. What was it trying to do? For example, it had schemed against the 3 Moons Alliance, White Cloud City, and the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin stared at the Star Toad. He had heard the words, Dahing. The Star Toad had actually asked Dahing to deal with him. Now that he had heard some of it, it was possible that there were many things that it had not said. The Star Toad had existed during the Above Heaven sect's era. In that case, did it have anything to do with the Above Heaven sect's destruction? Thunder rumbled, ringing in everyone's ears. Star Toad, there's no need to calculate. I'll double your payment, the Black Mother Tree said. The Star Toad's voice stopped abruptly. It raised its 2 webbed paws and hugged each other. Its eyes were almost the size of copper coins. Thank you, boss. You are my eternal god, the only god. Thank you, thank you. After speaking, its expression changed. Its bell-like eyes stared at Lei Ting viciously. Jiang Feng, we're old friends. Let's not make things difficult for each other. Leave. Don't delay this business deal. Star Toad, it doesn't matter how much the Eternals pay you. If they're destroyed, you won't get anything. Human, you think too highly of yourself. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay this Toad's business. Boss, are you satisfied with this attitude? The Star Toad was full of flattery. The lotus swayed as if fanning the Black Mother Tree. The only true god's voice came from the Black Mother Tree. Jiang Feng, the Eternals are far from what you see. We've had too many successes and failures in our history. I'll still give you my promise. Give me those 3 items and I'll protect White Cloud City for eternity. Peace. Eternals, humans are a very strange group. They seem weak, but they are unyielding. Even if you slaughter billions and conquer 99% of them, the remaining 10% will be enough to create miracles. The Eternals will never win. You've cultivated for so long, so you should understand that there are strong and weak rules for cultivation, but the rules of the universe do not. Since humans were born, they have their reasons for existing. You cannot destroy them. White Cloud City's life and death do not depend on the Eternals. White Cloud City is prepared to die. With that, Lei Ting flickered and disappeared. The next moment, Kong Tianzhao, Celestial Champion, the 5 Spirit Tribes, and the March Alliance all retreated. The Eternals did not stop them. The reward they had given the Star Toad was only to chase away the Lightning Lord. If they actively pursued, the price would be different. In front of Lu Yin, the Moon Immortal stared at him in fear. This guy seemed to have more divine power than the other true God Guard captains, and he had actually blocked her, a powerhouse of the sequence laws. She would have to be careful the next time she saw him. As the powerful enemies retreated, the disaster zone regained its peace. Lu Yin landed and looked into the distance. The giant star toad looked at the black mother tree and made a sound of envy, but it did not approach. No matter how one looked at it, it was a businessman but a terrifyingly strong one. To be able to interfere in this battle and force the Lightning Lord to retreat, this star toad could not be a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, right? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. This was a thorny problem. Soon the star toad left contentedly, waving its lotus. Before it left, its giant eyes turned and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. It was staring at him? Oh, it was behind him. He turned back and saw the ancestor standing quietly in the sky, his expression calm. Goodbye, old friend. The star toad smiled, pressed down on its straw hat and left. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor. Were they also old friends? The ancestor lowered his head, coincidentally meeting Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin looked away. The Eternals had suffered great losses in this battle. From what Lu Yin could see, they had lost more than 10 progenitor corpse kings. Among the true God Guard captains, Yuhua, Gargoyle and Blackie had all died. Blackie and Gargoyle's deaths were within Lu Yin's expectations, as they had been the first to fall. 3 true God Guard captains had died, which was no small matter. Not to mention the battle between the Lightning Lord and the only true God had affected the only true God. Although outsiders could not see it, it did not mean that it did not exist. Otherwise, what was the point of the Lightning Lord's intervention? The only true God's seclusion would definitely be prolonged, which made Lu Yin relax. The Eternals had schemed against the 5 spirit tribes, the Trillionaris Alliance and White Cloud City in order to disintegrate them. Later on, Divinity Xiaoyin had taken action multiple times, all for the sake of the Lightning Lord's 3 divine weapons. Unfortunately, the Eternals had been careless, and they had not expected an enemy like Lu Yin to sneak in, causing them to fall into the trap of the 5 spirit tribes and the Trillionaris Alliance. White Cloud City's counterattack, which led to the 5 spirit tribes and the current situation. This meant that Divinity Xiaoyin, who had been in charge of these missions. Lu Yin's guess was correct. A few days later, many Eternals gathered around Divinity Lake. Lu Yin, Lu, Zhongpan and Tengu, the remaining 4 true God Guard captains, were also present. They all looked at Divinity Xiaoyin above the lake. He was in a miserable state, his limbs pierced through, and he was about to sink into the lake. This was the punishment the Eternals had given him. Chapter 2969. Give me one more chance. Ancestor, plead on my behalf. Give me one more chance and I can make up for my mistakes, Xiaoyin screamed. Beside the lake, the ancestor's expression was calm. Xiaoyin, if not for your contributions, you would not have been punished like this. You should know what the Eternal's punishment is. Xiaoyin was terrified. I understand, I know. Ancestor, please give me one more chance. As long as I cultivate my power to perfection, I will not be weaker than any of the 7 sky gods. I don't want the position of one of the 7 sky gods anymore. I just want to serve the race. Ancestor, please give me one more chance. The ancestor coldly said, put it down. Xiaoyin gritted his teeth and looked down. Although sinking into the divine power lake was not the Eternal's punishment, it was still not an easy punishment. Yu Hua and the others had become captains of the true God Guards because they could cultivate divine power. However, even if they could, how much could they absorb? If they had absorbed enough, they would not have died in the battle just now. Cain was the same. He could cultivate divine power, but if he came in contact with too much at once, the pain would be 100, 1,000 or even 10,000 times worse than death. Not only that, but if he sank into the divine power lake, the slightest carelessness would cause his entire body to be corroded by the divine power, turning him into an inhuman monster that was even more disgusting than a corpse king. He had seen such monsters with his own eyes. They were killing machines that did not even listen to the Eternal's orders. He did not want to become such a monster. But no matter how much he begged, it was useless. In the end, his entire body sank into the lake. The surroundings of the lake were silent. This was the norm in the zone of E, and no one spoke much. Lu Yin looked around. There were originally some progenitors who had joined the Eternals, but a few had died in the previous battle. The Eternals had lost no less than 20 progenitors this time. The Thunder Lord was a ruthless person. Lu Yin had launched a crusade against the endless battlefield while the Thunder Lord had attacked the zone of E directly. According to the usual practice, one sinks and one pulls up, the ancestor said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the lake churned as if something was about to come out. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Was there something else in the lake? Soon a person was pulled up. He curled up into a ball and trembled. As soon as he left the surface of the lake, he howled madly as if he had gone mad. Not only were his eyes bright red, but even his skin and hair were bright red. Streams of energy swirled around him, and as he howled, pressure spread out in all directions. Lu Yin was involuntarily pushed back. What was this? Ancestor, she frowned. Sink down, continue pulling. The roaring figure calmed down when he touched the God Power Lake. He was no longer crazy. Then another figure was pulled up. Just like the previous one, he roared like a madman as if he was unwilling to leave the God Power Lake. Lu Yin stared blankly. What was that? What a terrifying pressure. One after another, one after another. Were these corpse kings? No human. That wasn't right either. This was a monster that had been completely corroded by divine power. It wasn't a corpse king, nor was it a human. It seemed to have lost its rationality. Looking at the footprints on the ground, he was forced back. It was just a roar. Although these monsters had lost their minds, their strength was terrifying. He pulled up 4 monsters in a row, and all of them had the ability to intimidate him with their voices. Every one of them was a progenitor, and every one of them seemed to be the embodiment of divine power. No way the Eternals were hiding these things. Then why didn't they use them in the previous battle? The 5th figure was pulled up and Lu Yin stared at him. This figure left the lake, but he didn't roar or curl up. He was just hung up like a dead person. His 4 limbs hung down and his long red hair covered his head. He looked like a ghost. Ancestor, she's eyes lit up. Name. The figure was still lying there as if he was dead. Ancestor, she wasn't in a hurry and just stood there. Around the lake, everyone looked over curiously. Occasionally, there would be astral beasts that would appear, and they would also look over curiously. Most of the Eternals were humans. Although there were astral beasts, there weren't many of them. Lu Yin stared at the figure. He wasn't dead, but he didn't know what was going on. Name. Ancestor, she asked again. The figure still didn't respond. At this moment, on the other side of the lake, a maid spoke up while trembling. He is called Muji. Ancestor, she looked over and many people's gazes landed on the maid. The maid panicked. Her master had died in the previous battle, and she was waiting for Ancestor she to arrange a new master. She didn't expect to see the original master here. Muji. Ancestor, she was astonished. The Muji who wants to control the middle plate? Lu Yin raised his brows. Control the middle plate? He looked at the middle plate. Many people looked over. The middle plate rarely spoke, but now it was staring at the figure. It's him. In Two Blade Sect, the pink-haired girl exclaimed, I remember now. A few hundred years ago, the race recruited a person who could control others with evil. It's him. The blue-haired man nodded. He wants to control the captain of the True God Guards with evil? That's a fool's dream. Because of that, he sank into the God Force Lake. I thought that he would turn into a corpse, but he didn't. Lu Yin looked at the figure. He actually wanted to control the captain of the True God Guards? Ancestor, she looked at the figure. Muji. The figure moved, and shortly after he slowly raised his head. He stretched out his hand and pushed aside the red hair that was covering his face as he looked around. It was a pair of faint red eyes, and it was far from the scarlet of the monsters just now. This person's gaze was gloomy, and it made Lu Yin feel uncomfortable. I'm released. It seemed like he hadn't spoken for a long time, and his voice was dry and hoarse. After looking around, this person looked at Ancestor Shi. He straightened his body and rubbed his eyes. Ancestor Shi? I'm released? Ancestor Shi calmly looked at him. When someone sinks, someone floats. Muji, you're free. Muji blinked and then he laughed and pushed aside his hair. Free, that's great. Ha, I'm free and I didn't turn into a monster. Ha. Ancestor Shi's lips curled up. Anyone who could survive in the God Force Lake without turning into a corpse was a genius. From now on, you're the captain of the True God Guards. I hope you won't make the same mistake as before and work harder for the eternal race. Muji moved his limbs. Thank you, Ancestor Shi. The crowd dispersed and Lu Yin took a deep look at Muji before leaving. The eternal race's foundation was indeed deep, and who knew how many monsters there were under the God Force Lake. In the battle just now, the eternal race didn't send out these monsters, so they probably weren't that useful. There were monsters under the God Force Lake, and there were the 3 legendary ultimate skills. Should he find time to go down? Thinking of this, Lu Yin stopped and looked back at the God Force Lake again. So far there were only 5 captains of the true God Guards, so adding Mu Ji to the team didn't require them to assemble. In Lu Yin's opinion, the eternal race would definitely fill in the captains of the true God Guards as soon as possible. In that case he would become a veteran captain. A few days later, Mu Ji suddenly came to Lu Yin's tower and asked to see him. Lu Yin didn't understand why he was here. He walked out of the tower. Mu Ji smiled and walked over, very polite. "Captain Yebwa, it's the second time we've met." Lu Yin was indifferent. "What's the matter?" Mu Ji smiled. "Nothing, I just want to get to know you, Captain Yebwa. We're both captains of the true God Guards, and now there are only 5 captains left. There are many opportunities for us to work together, so I want to get to know you first." Lu Yin looked at Mu Ji. This person was too normal. He had been in the lake for hundreds of years, but it was as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for his light red hair and eyes, Lu Yin would have suspected that he wasn't in the God Force Lake at all. "There's nothing to know," Lu Yin said indifferently. Mu Ji smiled. "Don't be so cold. I just went to find Dual Blade and we had a good chat. In fact, sometimes people who seem cold and indifferent are more enthusiastic once they open their hearts. Captain Yebwa, are you like that?" Lu Yin looked at Mu Ji calmly and didn't say anything. Mu Ji didn't feel awkward and continued to smile. "All right, whether or not I am, you and I have to get to know each other. We'll have a long time together in the future." "Not necessarily," Lu Yin said. Mu Ji seemed to like to laugh. "Captain Yebwa, you're really interesting. Do you have no confidence in yourself or in me? If it's me, you don't have to. I'm very powerful." Lu Yin raised his brows. Mu Ji's expression changed and he said very seriously, "I'm really very powerful." Lu Yin turned to leave, about to return to the tower. "Captain Yebwa, do you want to spar? I think we'll become good friends," Mu Ji shouted. Lu Yin didn't even look back as he walked into the tower. The tower's doors were closed and only the maid stood outside while Dugu faced Mu Ji. Mu Ji sighed. "Really, everyone is so cold. Boring, boring." With that he left. Lu Yin stood in the tower and watched Mu Ji's departing figure. He was actually very curious about what this person had experienced under the Divine Power Lake and why he hadn't turned into a monster called a berserk corpse. Those berserk corpses were powerhouses who had made mistakes. Like the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign, they had been sunk into the lake. Those who hadn't reached the progenitor realm weren't qualified to be sunk. Since those powerhouses had turned into berserk corpses, how had this Mu Ji managed to keep his attitude the same? After Mu Ji left, 2 bladers came to see Lu Yin again. "Hey Yebwa, that Mu Ji came to see you, right?" the pink-haired girl asked, her large eyes flashing with curiosity. Lu Yin nodded. "Don't believe anything he says." The pink-haired girl clenched her fists in anger. Lu Yin was puzzled. "What's wrong?" The blue-haired man said, "This guy is disgusting. When he first joined the clan, he cooperated with us on missions and tried to control us several times. Fortunately, we were vigilant and didn't fall into his control. It's not just us, he should have attacked others as well. Besides the Corpse Kings, there's no one he doesn't want to control. If not for the fact that he controlled the middle plate, who knows what would have happened." Lu Yin didn't understand. "How did he control you?" "Evil," the pink-haired girl said in disgust. Lu Yin was confused. Chapter 2970. The blue-haired man spoke in a low voice. "This person has the wind of waning season, which represents apocalyptic evil. He can see through the evil in people's hearts and use it to control others." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "He just came here?" "Yes, he came to see your evil," the blue-haired man said. Lu Yin frowned. "He can see evil?" The blue-haired man exhaled. "Everyone has different innate abilities and they see different laws of the universe. This is what a senior told me. Evil is also a law and he can see it." "He's a sequence law powerhouse?" Lu Yin was surprised. The pink-haired woman shook her head. "Of course not, but he can see it. There is more than one path and some people's innate talents are also laws, but they are born with them." Lu Yin understood that the evil Mu Ji could see was a law manifested by his innate talent. No wonder this guy suddenly came here. Did he have evil? Luin laughed. Of course he did. Only a saint could have no evil. How could a person not have evil? He can see evil so he can control us? Luin asked. The blue-haired man nodded. This Muji is not simple. Back then he did not cultivate divine power, but he was more difficult to deal with than us who did. Even you and I are not confident that we can be normal under the divine power lake, but he did. Luin was afraid. A person who did not cultivate divine power could survive in the divine power lake for hundreds of years. No matter how he thought about it, it was terrifying. I heard that this person has a second innate talent, the wheel of life and death. Perhaps it is because of this innate talent that he can survive, the blue-haired man said. Luin was surprised. A second innate talent? Wait, would a second innate talent, could it be a wood innate talent? Where is this Muji from? Luin asked. The blue-haired man said, it is said that he came from the wood spacetime of the Six Directions Association and left his name in the wood humanoid scripture. He is a disciple of the wood spacetime master. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. A disciple of the wood god who left his name in the wood humanoid scripture, like Saruzin, was a traitor from the Six Directions Association. We're here to remind you not to be controlled by him. Don't thank us. We just don't want to be wary of both you and Muji when we're out on a mission, the blue-haired man said and turned to leave. Before leaving, the pink-haired woman waved at Luin. Don't die so easily, it's a pity that playmates are dying one after another. A playmate? Luin watched as the dual blade school left. They were not humans but blades that had transformed into humans. They had come from a strange time and space, and this was his understanding of the dual blade school. Since they were not humans, there was naturally no possibility of betrayal. Two bladers had just left, but before Luin could return to the tower, a white figure in the distance caught his attention. Ancestor? Luin walked towards the ancestor. The ancestor of the past stood beside the God Power River. She liked to be in close contact with God Power. You don't have to worry about Muji. If he commits another offense, he will be punished severely. He wouldn't dare. Luin nodded. Can he really control us through evil? Ancestor, she smiled. Every kind of power has its advantages and disadvantages. Maybe you might just be able to counter him. Luin shook his head. I'm not sure. After a moment of silence, the ancestor looked at Luin. Yu Hua is dead, what do you think? Lu Yin's tone was calm. Ancestor's meaning is sorrow, pity, similar emotions. Ancestor, she stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. We are not friends, we are just using each other. I brought him out of the primordial space and he brought me to the Calamity region, giving me a chance to take revenge on the primordial space. As for his death, it is because he was useless. Ancestor, she retracted her gaze. Then if I ask you to destroy the Yuhua race, what will you think? Luin was shocked. Destroy the Yuhua race? Ancestor, she looked at the God Power River. Some races exist only because one of them is valuable. If the other is gone, they will have no value. Luin looked at the ancestor's back and said without hesitation, understood, I will do it. The Yuhua race is not simple. Do you need me to find a captain for you? I will try first. If it doesn't work, I will find another captain. Yuhua was a fish that could transform into a python. It was of the same race as the ancestral Mang. Although Luin was mentally prepared when he came to the parallel universe where the Yuhua race was and saw many pythons coiling in space, he still felt a chill down his spine. It was an indescribable feeling as if he had fallen into a python's nest. Fortunately, the pythons weren't strong. Luin looked around and didn't see any progenitor pythons. Other than pythons, the most common species in space were fish. They looked different from Yuhua, as Yuhua stood like a human while these fish mostly swam. Although they were large in size, they weren't as human-like. Pythons and fish were all living creatures that didn't have intelligence. Luin saw that even the half-ancestor pythons didn't have any intelligence. Perhaps only progenitors would have such intelligence. After looking around for a while, Luin saw that most of the creatures were fighting each other. Pythons devoured pythons, fish devoured fish, and pythons devoured fish. This was a cruel spacetime. No wonder Yuhua was injured and didn't want to return. This spacetime pursued devouring to evolve. The stronger the creature, the stronger the individual would be. This spacetime gave Luin a pleasant surprise. This was a parallel universe with a different flow of time. 20 times faster than the origin space. This was something Lu Yin hadn't expected before coming here. He didn't notice it when he entered this spacetime until he looked at the spatial lines. It was rare to encounter a spacetime that could increase the flow of time, but Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to destroy it. He was thinking about how to gain its recognition. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Yin remembered that he had soil stained with the ancestral Mang's saliva. It had been given to him by the White Dragon clan, but he hadn't used it much. He had only used it in the mortal realm and the astral beast domain, so he still had some left. He wondered how the ancestral Mang's aura was in this spacetime. Just as he was thinking about this, a huge shadow enveloped him from behind. Lu Yin looked back and saw a bloody maw with icy vertical pupils. It was a progenitor that was cruel, bloodthirsty, and sinister as it bit down. He quickly dodged, but the python passed through his original spot. Its tail swept over his head. Lu Yin casually struck out with a palm, breaking the tail. Lu Yin's strength was so great that he could resist the Crimson Eye transformation. He was far stronger than a progenitor python, and even Yuhua couldn't withstand his strength. The python roared in pain and turned back to bite Lu Yin again. At the same time, many pairs of vertical pupils opened in the distance and stared at Lu Yin, treating him as prey. However, these pythons were all half-ancestors. Lu Yin frowned when he sensed a fishy stench. He moved the spatial lines and easily appeared on the python's head. He took out the soil. At that moment, the python suddenly paused and fear appeared in its cold vertical pupils. Lu Yin stared at the python. It was effective. He looked around and saw that the soil was stained with the ancestral Mang's saliva, causing the half-ancestor pythons that were slowly approaching to retreat in fear. There were also many fish in the distance that weren't even at the half-ancestor level, but they also treated Lu Yin as prey. The soil's aura intimidated the surrounding pythons. Lu Yin stared at the progenitor python below him, wondering if he could intimidate it. The result disappointed Lu Yin. The progenitor python below him was indeed terrified, but as a progenitor, it wouldn't cower because of a bit of saliva. It curled up and shrank from its python form. Lu Yin was forced to leave its head and he watched as the python transformed into something similar to Yuhua. However, it wasn't a walking fish, it was just a normal fish. The fish stared at Lu Yin, unwilling to give up. It wanted to eat him. Lu Yin's tone was cold. "You're courting death." The fish shook its broken tail, but its eyes continued to stare at Lu Yin. It could sense a fatal threat from Lu Yin, but it didn't want to retreat. This was its instinct. In this spacetime, if it didn't eat, then it would be eaten. Even if it had intelligence, it couldn't suppress its instincts. Lu Yin exhaled. The soil could effectively intimidate creatures below the progenitor realm, so he would deal with the progenitor. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the fish. A terrifying power gathered as he struck out with a palm. There were no other Eternals around, so he could use some of his strength. However, he couldn't go overboard in order to avoid being targeted. There was a bang as the fish shattered. Lu Yin watched as its corpse floated down and wanted to summon it, but he restrained himself. He couldn't guarantee that the Eternals wouldn't notice if he summoned the fish. Since he had disguised himself as Nightshore, he might as well pretend to be Nightshore for the time being. Otherwise, if he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to escape in the land of disaster. Although this fish was a progenitor, it didn't have much significance. Lu Yin wanted to erase the imprints of anyone below the progenitor realm, but it was useless. He wanted to summon progenitors. Ever since he had left the Genesis space and seen the many parallel spacetimes, he knew that there were many progenitors. In a parallel spacetime there might only be a few, but in many parallel spacetimes, there were many races, and it was enough for him to summon them. In the past, the Lu family had been limited to the Genesis space, but he had completely left it. His summon stage might be the most terrifying one in the history of the Lu family. He just didn't know if Patriarch Lu Yuan had summoned any progenitors in a parallel spacetime during the era of the Anzac sect. Back then there were 4 words that represented the ultimate glory: the 10,000 races. When Lu Yin had first heard these words, he had thought that the so-called 10,000 races referred to the various races of the Genesis space. Now he knew that the 10,000 races represented the races of the countless parallel spacetimes. Back then his structure had been too small. Now Lu Yin had expanded his structure and looked at the countless parallel spacetimes. There was no lack of progenitors and he had plenty of opportunities to summon them. In the following period of time, Lu Yin constantly searched for progenitor pythons to kill. When these pythons discovered him, they would attack him and try to devour him. There was nothing to be said, as there was no such thing as morality. There was only the most primitive slaughter, and the strong preyed on the weak. Half a year had passed, but less than 10 days had passed in the Genesis space. Lu Yin had already dealt with most of the progenitor pythons in this spacetime. In fact, there weren't many of them, just 4 or 5. None of them had reached the level of a sequence law, and he didn't know what the ancestor had meant by not simple. Chapter 2971. After dealing with the progenitor pythons, the next step was to be recognized by this spacetime. Lu Yin brought the soil with him to search for half-progenitor pythons and forced them to submit. He had to admit that the ancestral mandala's aura was very useful. Even though this spacetime's natural state meant that they would only submit for a short period of time, that was all Lu Yin wanted. Although these pythons were afraid of the ancestral mandala's aura, they would definitely devour it if given the chance. Lu Yin was certain of this. A year later, Lu Yin tried to release flowing light. After testing it, he heaved a sigh of relief. Far away from Lu Yin, a figure also arrived in this spacetime. As expected, don't even think about destroying this spacetime. The newcomer looked around and saw many pythons surrounding her. She waved her hand, and a powerful aura caused the pythons to retreat in fear. Lu Yin suddenly looked in a certain direction. An expert? He hurriedly opened his celestial eye and saw a familiar figure. The Moon Immortal? The newcomer was the Moon Immortal of the Trillionaris Alliance. She was also Lu Yin's opponent in the Battle of E-Zone. Lu Yin had not expected the Moon Immortal to appear in this spacetime. Could it be that the Trillionaris Alliance had been referring to the Trillionaris Alliance's interference? Why would they interfere? Before he could figure out the situation, Lu Yin watched as the Moon Immortal approached. When the Moon Immortal saw Lu Yin, she raised her brows and sneered. So it's you. Great, I want to see how much divine power you have. Light flowed beneath her feet like a river. Behind her, a celestial moon soared into the sky and illuminated the river. Endless moonlight slashed out and covered the sky, causing the pythons and fishes to flee. Lu Yin frowned. Woman, you're attacking right away? The moonlight slashed out, and Lu Yin could only use his divine power to block it. He still did not know what this woman's sequence laws were, nor did he want to know. With his status as Yi Bo, he would not be a match for a sequence law powerhouse in a one-on-one duel. You look like a human, but who knows what you are. All Eternals deserve to die. The Moon Immortal was beautiful and had an otherworldly temperament. Her voice was pleasant, but her movements were rather violent. She constantly swung her arms and used moonlight slashes to exhaust Lu Yin's divine power. Lu Yin was puzzled. What does this spacetime have to do with the Trillionaris Alliance? Or are you here to kill me? Just you? The Moon Immortal raised her snow-white arm. Boundless moonlight energy gathered and spread out in all directions. Lu Yin knew that this woman was about to unleash her ultimate move, and he did not want to fight it out with her. He should not have been able to win in the first place, so there was no point in fighting. Besides, he had already gotten the answer that this woman's arrival had nothing to do with him, which meant that she had something to do with this spacetime. The ancient ancestor's words echoed in his ears once more. There was a problem with this spacetime dimension. Godly power surged out of Lu Yin's body, forming a red color that blocked the moonlight's power. This godly power shocked the Moon Immortal. How can you have so much godly power? They knew about the Eternals, but they had never seen so much divine power in the true God Guard captain. Lu Yin left. With the protection of his God Force, he was able to easily return to the Calamity Zone. The Moon Immortal wanted to make him stay, but she couldn't. After returning to the Zone of E, Lu Yin used a stargate to directly head to the Gargoyle's spacetime. This spacetime was very normal, and it was not a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. The Gargoyle tribe was also very strange. They were all pieces of stone that seemed to have come alive. Here, Lu Yin had encountered a Lightning Spirit Clan's Ancestor Realm expert. An ordinary Ancestor Realm expert wasn't Lu Yin's opponent, but when he saw Lu Yin appear, that Ancestor Realm expert had left without hesitation. Lu Yin knew that if he didn't leave, the Lightning Spirit Clan's patriarch would definitely come for him. What happened? He felt that it was very strange. This was an answer that only the ancient ancestor could give. However, this trip was not without benefits. The time he could see through the past had increased to 88 seconds. It did not seem like much, but it would increase in the future. Beside the godly power river, the ancient ancestor listened to Lu Yin's words. Although her expression was calm, Lu Yin could clearly feel that she was suppressing something. White Cloud City really wants to go against us. Jiang Feng is a domineering person who wants to control everything. This is in line with his personality. Since they want to go to war, let's see if White Cloud City has the foundation. Do you really think that the problem has been solved? What a joke. Captain, gather. Lu Yin's eyes shook. Go to war? Under the Black Mother Tree, the shrine still stood tall as if it had not been destroyed by the Thunder Lord. This was Lu Yin's second time here. Compared to the first time, almost half of the true God Guards captains had died. There were only 5 captains left, and this was with the addition of Mu Ji. Captain Yebo, we meet again. Mu Ji arrived and greeted Lu Yin warmly. Lu Yin did not look back as he walked towards the shrine. Mu Ji was helpless. You're still so cold and boring. I wanted to tell you something interesting. Lu Yin stopped and looked back at Mu Ji. Mu Ji's eyes lit up. Interested? Aha, I knew that Captain Yebo was a sentimental person, not a blockhead who only cares about missions. Mu Ji, who are you calling blockhead? Dual sword flow arrived and the pink-haired girl glared at him angrily. The blue-haired man also looked at Mu Ji with an unfriendly gaze. Mu Ji was embarrassed. Aha, that, of course I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the corpse kings under your command. They can't even speak properly. I have some under my command too. It's boring. Humph. The pink-haired girl snorted. When she saw Lu Yin standing at the shrine's entrance and looking at them, she rolled her eyes. I told you to ignore this guy. The blue-haired man nodded at Lu Yin and then walked into the shrine. With their interruption, Mu Ji lost interest in talking. He smiled and greeted Lu Yin before entering the shrine. Lu Yin naturally entered as well. At this moment there were already 4 people in the shrine. Lu Yin looked at the 2 additional people and one of them was very familiar. It was one of the 12 marquises of the primordial space, Wang Xiaoyu, Progenitor Chen's lover. Because of her, Progenitor Chen had attacked the 6th mainland and used the heaven and earth furnace to refine a progenitor to death at the entrance of the 6th mainland's Daoist sect. This had started the war between the 6th and 5th mainlands. This woman was known as the 5th mainland's largest redback. The other was a man who was more than 3 meters tall and had a robust physique. It was obvious that his body was especially tyrannical, and he gave off a similar feeling to a Midland realm cultivator. Lu Yin suppressed the shock in his heart and stood in a corner. The 12 marquises were all half-progenitors, but now Wang Xiaoyu gave off a completely different feeling. She had broken through to the progenitor realm. The atmosphere was silent. Several true God Guard captains had died and even Dual Blade was no longer active. Not long after, Tiango entered. Lu Yin glanced at it. This was an existence that could defeat Celestial Duel. Honestly, how could such an existence be a true God Guard captain? The pink-haired girl's eyes lit up when she saw Tiango. She wanted to touch it, but the blue-haired man stopped her and shook his head. This gathering was clearly not simple. Not long after, Progenitor Chen arrived and looked around. 2 captains have just joined, Wu Ho and Wang Ho. The true God Guard captains are now 7, and the remaining 3 will be added soon. The captains have gathered to inform everyone that the Eternals and White Cloud City have begun an all-out war. All of your current missions are to be suspended and await further orders from the clan. These 2 simple sentences seemed calm, but what the Eternals did next was the complete opposite of this calmness. Corpses were scooped up from the Divine Power Lake and thrown out through the astral gates. Lu Yin recognized one of the gates. It led to the Ice Spirit tribe. Even the Eternals could not control these corpses and they only knew how to kill. They wanted to throw the 5 spirit tribes and the Trimoon Alliance into complete chaos. Lu Yin was worried about Ming Yen, and he did not know if the 5 spirit tribes could resist. He could not leave the disaster zone and was awaiting orders at any time. In the Ice Spirit tribe, the corpse roared into the sky, causing panic among the Ice Spirit tribe. The corpse was a progenitor, and now that it had been corroded by divine power, it brought an indescribable sense of disaster to the Ice Spirit tribe. A progenitor from the Ice Spirit tribe attacked the corpse, trying to freeze it, but the corpse shattered the ice and charged at the progenitor. The progenitor kept retreating and along the way planets were crushed by the corpse. It had no intelligence, no battle techniques and was just a killing machine that destroyed everything in its path. The Ice Master walked out with an ugly expression. What kind of monster was this? The 5 spirit tribes had never fought with the Eternals before, and this was the first full-scale war between White Cloud City and the Eternals. The corpse's arrival made the Ice Master extremely uneasy. She attacked and froze it with sequence rules, but the corpse ignored them. The corpse had been soaking in the divine power lake for too long, and its entire body was both a body and divine power. The moment the sequence rules touched it, they melted. Not good, it's going to the ice spirit region. The Ice Master stood in front of the corpse, and her 2 round snow-white arms smashed towards the corpse. The corpse was struck by the arms and the parts that came into contact with it froze, but its body only bent slightly. It stared at the Ice Master with bloodshot eyes and grabbed the arms. The Ice Master subconsciously raised her arm to block the attack. With a bang, the Ice Master's arm was torn apart. He was shocked. How could it be so tough? Being soaked in divine power not only gave the corpse the power to ignore sequence rules, but it also made its body unimaginably tough. The Ice Master's attacks were blocked by the corpse several times, and when the corpse attacked, the Ice Master was forced to retreat. Even the sequence rules were being ignored. Helpless, the Ice Master waved her hand, and sequence rules spread out from the ice heart beneath the ice spirit region. They fused with the Ice Master's sequence rules and swept past the corpse. The corpse was frozen and the surface of its body slowly froze. The ice spirit tribesman heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally frozen. The Ice Master's expression turned even uglier. She knew very well that the frozen sequence rules were being melted by the corpse's divine power. It seemed that the corpse had been frozen, but it was only delaying the process. Once the sequence rules were completely consumed, not only would the corpse be unable to make up for the sequence rules, but even the sequence rules in the Ice Heart would be lost. Go to White Cloud City immediately for help, the Ice Master shouted. What about the Thunder Spirit tribe? They won't have it easy if we encounter such a monster. The Ice Master's guess was right. At this moment, the Ice Spirit tribe, Thunder Spirit tribe, and Fire Spirit tribe were all facing the corpse, including the 3 Moons Alliance. And White Cloud City was facing the problem they thought they had solved, the ancient Thunder Locusts. Chapter 2972. What? The ancient Thunder Locust is back? The Ice Master was shocked. The Ice Spirit Ancestor said, the Thunder Lord and the others banished it to another parallel dimension. It shouldn't be able to return, but the ancient Thunder Locust is back. It must be the Eternal Race's doing. The Ice Master looked at the corpse melting ice particles. The Eternal Race had been scheming for too long. They had been watching White Cloud City for a long time. The ancient Thunder Locust had always been their biggest problem. The Thunder Lord and the others had worked together to find the Locust's weakness and trapped it in a parallel dimension. How had it returned so quickly? The only explanation was that the Eternal Race had interfered. They had been watching and found the ancient Thunder Locust, bringing it back to cause trouble for White Cloud City. If they had known that the ancient Thunder Locust could return, they might not have joined forces to attack Calamity Zone. The 5 spirit races were on good terms with White Cloud City, but the Tri-Moon Alliance didn't. They had attacked Calamity Zone because the Eternal Race had plotted against them and Moon Goddess had been forced to play dead. Now it seemed that the Eternal Race had been planning all along. Disperse the Ice Spirit Realm and find a way to throw this monster into another parallel dimension. Notify White Cloud City and ask for outside help to fight the Eternal Race. The Ice Master shouted. This was the only solution she could think of. The Ice Spirit Race wasn't the only one. The other 4 races and the Tri-Moon Alliance also asked for help. Corpses were hard to kill and the Eternal experts couldn't deal with them. The Moon Immortal returned from Yuhua's dimension. They hadn't underestimated the Eternal Race, but now they realized that they had. The Eternal Race had been able to destroy the Heavenly Sect, which had once been the home of all races. No one knew how deep their foundations were. That was why the Eternals were able to seize such a strategic advantage in such a short time. Jiang Qin arrived at the Heavenly Sect in the Origin Dimension. Elder Chan received him. Where's Brother Lu? Jiang Qin asked anxiously. The headmaster went out to cultivate. What's wrong? Elder Chan asked. Jiang Qin was solemn. The Eternal Race has declared war on White Cloud City. I hope the 6 Paths Guild can help. Elder Chan's expression changed. War? The one true God and the 7 sky gods are in closed-door cultivation. Why would the eternal race declare war on you? It's a long story, Xianxia said. We've hit them where it hurts this time. They didn't even attack Calamity Zone. Elder Chan thought he had misheard. You guys even attacked the E region? Senior, let's cut to the chase. I want to contact Brother Lu. Elder Chan was put in a difficult position. If it's possible, I'll definitely help you contact him. Unfortunately, I can't. This wasn't an excuse. Xianxia could see that the Above Heaven sect couldn't be more attentive when it came to the eternal race. Brother Lu isn't here, so who's in charge? Xianxia grew anxious. Everything had been under his father's control, but they had underestimated the eternal race's determination to deal with White Cloud City. The eternal race had been eyeing the ancient Thunder Locust for a long time. White Cloud City thought that they had exiled the ancient Thunder Locust, but in reality that was because the eternal race had not interfered. The ancient Thunder Locust was the eternal race's trump card when it came to war with White Cloud City. Now his father and the others were being held back by the ancient Thunder Locust. The 5 spirit tribes and the 3 Moons Alliance had asked for help. This was the pressure that 6 Paths Guild had always faced, and White Cloud City had finally tasted it. After Chen left, Elder Chan contacted the Lu family and White Cloud City for help. The Above Heaven sect could not ignore them. However, before the Above Heaven sect could respond, the Berserk corpses arrived at the back of the battlefield. The Reincarnation Time-Space and the Wood Time-Space had also welcomed the Berserk corpses. On the back of the battlefield, Lu Tianyi looked at Ling Qing, who was fighting the Berserk corpses. I didn't expect the eternal race to nurture another batch of Berserk corpses. Lu Tianyi was shocked. The 5 spirit tribes in White Cloud City might not know about this kind of monster, but how could the Origin Space not know about it? They had been fighting against the eternal race for too many years, so they had a good understanding of the eternal race's foundation. This kind of monster ignores the rules of the sequence. Its body is hard and almost impossible to kill. It's very disadvantageous to fight it head-on, but as long as it's left alone, it will only cause destruction to everything it sees. It has no intelligence, no combat techniques, and is just a killing machine, said Lu Qi. Lu Tianyi looked at the battlefield. Lung Qing's blade had landed on the Berserk corpses, but there wasn't even a trace of damage. One Berserk corpse is easy to deal with, but that's only for us. The masters of the 6 Paths Guild are in seclusion. It's already very difficult to deal with them, let alone White Cloud City. What did White Cloud City do to the eternal race? They actually forced the eternal race to use their trump card, the Berserk corpses. These things can't be controlled by the eternal race. Once they're released, they can't be taken back. They're completely expendable goods. The eternal race must be heartbroken. Lu Tianyi's gaze was solemn. It's an all-out war. The eternal race is serious this time. Since they've released them, they have no intention of taking them back. The best way to deal with these Berserk corpses is to lure them away, but the eternal race has already planted their divine power in the places where the Berserk corpses will be released. The Berserk corpses will instinctively be attracted by the divine power and destroy the places where the divine power is. With that, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the new continent, where Lung Qing was fighting the Berserk corpse. Lung Qing had tried everything, but she couldn't hurt the Berserk corpse. However, the Berserk corpse couldn't hurt Lu Tianyi either. As long as Lung Qing didn't appear in front of the Berserk corpse, the Berserk corpse had no intention of attacking Lu Tianyi. He only wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Lu Tianyi descended and appeared in front of the Berserk corpse. The Berserk corpse's bloodshot eyes stared at Lu Tianyi. It roared and raised its hand to grab Lu Tianyi. Facing the Berserk corpse, Lu Tianyi raised a finger and pointed. When his fingertip touched the Berserk corpse's palm, the Berserk corpse paused. Then, starting from the palm, the corpse shattered and spread to the rest of its body. Finally, before Lung Qing's shocked gaze, the corpse completely shattered. Lung Qing stared at Lu Tianyi. This strength was terrifying beyond her imagination. She was very sure that even ordinary sequence law powerhouses might not be able to do anything to the Berserk corpse. However, Lu Tianyi had shattered the corpse with a single finger. It seemed like nothing could resist his finger. Madman Lu was like this, and so was the Berserk corpse. Lu Tianyi withdrew his hand. It is indeed hard. Ruler Realm. Lu Qi rolled his eyes. No matter how hard it was still a matter of a single finger. Before Lu Tianjing had been pushed out by the ancestral Mang, He hadn't understood forefather Tiany's strength. He had thought that his father Lu Feng was a match for forefather Tiany. However, after Lu Tianjing had been pushed into the void, he had been attacked by the eternal race. The endless slaughter had made him realize just how terrifying Lu Tiany was. In his opinion, Lu Tiany might not be much weaker than forefather Lu Yuan, but he was too low-key. He was so low-key that the great Empyreans and the others hadn't even thought of bringing him to the battle against the eternal race. This was a joke that had made Lu Qi happy for a long time. However, this was also a good thing. He had left a peerless expert in the origin space. Senior, what about White Cloud City? How should we respond? Elder Chan came to the back of the battlefield and looked at the berserk corpse that had been shattered into pieces. Ever since Jiang Chen came to the Upper Sky Sect for help, they had heard that such berserk corpses had appeared all over the border of the Six Directions Society. They were very difficult to deal with. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to destroy them. For example, Su Wuwei could only rely on his boundless void divine strength to delay them. Only 9th grade venerated lotus and wood carving were able to deal with the berserk corpse. On the other side, he saw Lu Tiany shattering the berserk corpse with a single finger. His strength was indeed reassuring. However, whether it was Lu Tiany 9th grade venerated lotus or wood carving, they were all peerless experts of the Six Direction Society, second only to the Space-Time Lord. No matter how many experts White Cloud City had, how many of them had reached this level of strength? It wasn't unreasonable for Jiang Chen to ask for help. Lu Tiany said, White Cloud City is asking for help. We must help them, but we must know how. Continue to contact Jiang Chen and see what he needs us to do. We will try to contact Little Seven as well. Lu Qi interrupted, White Cloud City must not be harmed. They were his in-laws. How could he allow anything to happen to them? Of course, Old Chan knew that they must help White Cloud City, but he also needed to inform Lu Tiany and the others. Otherwise, the Upper Sky Sect alone would not be of much help to White Cloud City. Apart from the Nether Ancestor, there was no other expert who could cause damage to the berserk corpses. Moreover, helping White Cloud City would also require consideration of the origin space. The Eternal Race was very good at creating a diversion. In the zone of E, Lu Yin walked out of the Divine Palace. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with worry. Since the Eternal Race had attacked the 5 spiritual races in White Cloud City, they must have a certain degree of confidence. Otherwise, the Ancestor would not have proposed an all-out war. The Lightning Lord once said that the Eternal Race was like a bottomless pool of water. No one knew how deep it was. No matter how many experts and methods the humans used, the Eternal Race would be able to withstand them. Lu Yin thought that he would be able to see the Eternal Race clearly after coming to the zone of E, but he found that he still couldn't see clearly. Wuho Wangho, when did they break through to the ancestral realm? How many berserk corpses were under the Divine Force Lake? How many experts were able to withstand the erosion of the Divine Force? When did the bone boat appear? Where was Bai Wuxian? More importantly, the Eternal Race had so many extraterrestrial helpers. Lu Yin let out a deep breath. A voice came from behind him. It seems that the race is serious. White Cloud City is a little too ruthless. Lu Yin looked back. It was Mu Ji. This guy was very talkative. When he saw Lu Yin look at him, Mu Ji smiled. Captain Yi Bo, if an all-out war breaks out, even you and I may not be able to survive. Enjoy this period of time. Once a mission appears, what awaits us may be life or death. Hee. What do you know? Lu Yin asked. Wang Xiaoyu walked out of the Divine Palace and passed by the two. She left without looking back. Wu Ho and Zhong Pan did the same. Only the pink-haired girl from Two Blades said, Yi Bo, be careful. He's controlling you. Woof. Tengu swept past and disappeared. Muji laughed. I don't dare control him. I can survive the Divine Force Lake, but that doesn't mean I can survive the torture. I will definitely die. Lu Yin turned around and continued walking forward. Muji's voice came. You just asked me what I know. How long have you been in the race? A few years, Lu Yin replied coldly. Muji shook his head. No wonder you don't know. People like you who participate in the war without knowing anything are the most likely to die. Consider me being kind. Let me tell you. The race started an all-out war because White Cloud City crossed the line. Chapter 2973. Lu Yin stopped, puzzled. Bottom line. Muji's lips curled up. Have you heard of it? The sequence of strings? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Forefather Lu Yuan had mentioned the sequence of strings before, and it was related to White Cloud City. They were afraid that it would affect their own cultivation, so they did not say much. It seems like you don't know much about it. Let's put it this way. The sequence of strings is the foundation of countless parallel universes. You can think of it as lines that divide spacetime into countless planes. Every line has a connection point. Several or even dozens of lines will have a large connection point. Once this connection point is destroyed, the connected sequence of strings will loosen and might even collapse. The Eternals are constantly destroying spacetime to destroy these connection points. They want to collapse the sequence of strings and crush countless parallel universes to achieve their goal of controlling the universe. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Mu Ji. Why, you don't believe me? Hee, at our level this is common knowledge. Didn't the ancestors tell you? Every true God Guard captain knows this. Mu Ji smiled. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. It's good. They can quickly crush these parallel universes. Yes, that's good. Initially, the Eternals were destroying the connection points of the sequence of strings they discovered, but White Cloud City suddenly intervened. That angered the Eternals, which led to a full-scale war. Mu Ji stretched and walked down the temple. Lu Yin was puzzled. Since they knew that the destruction of the connection points would cause countless parallel universes to collapse, White Cloud City should have stopped them long ago, including the humans. Why did they only do it now? Mu Ji was disdainful. Because of balance. The Eternals destroyed the connection points, while Immortal City, the Hexagon Society, and some extraterrestrial powerhouses stopped them, forming a temporary balance. This balance has been maintained for a very long time. No one believed that the other side could maintain it forever. The Eternals did not believe that Immortal City and the humans could defend themselves. They used all methods, but the humans also did not believe that the Eternals could destroy the connection points. There are too many of them, and even if some were destroyed it would not matter. White Cloud City has its own problems. They did not participate in this matter in the past, but now that White Cloud City's problems have been resolved, they came to cause trouble for the Eternals. They attacked Calamity Zone and stopped the destruction of the connection points. Do you think the race will not care? They must think of a way to solve this problem. To the clan, the balance that the humans see is only what they want the humans to see. However, once the White Cloud City joins in, it will truly be balanced. Who would want true balance? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. To the humans, the balance that the clan sees might be what they want the clan to see. Mu Ji laughed, perhaps. No matter what, White Cloud City's sudden involvement has completely angered the true gods. This war is unavoidable and White Cloud City will not have an easy time. Our clan's foundation will be revealed step by step. Perhaps after a period of time, both our positions will drop. Captain Yi Bo, I know you don't trust me, but for my life I will not try to control you. So if we can cooperate, then let's cooperate. There are good and bad relationships between the captains of the true God Guards. So Dual Blade School has been preventing me from talking to you? Lu Yin asked. Mu Ji nodded with a smile. It's good that you understand. If you don't reach the sequence's rules, you'll always be an ant. If you want to survive, it's best to stick together. I also want to cooperate with Dual Blades, but unfortunately they don't trust me, so forget it. As he spoke, the ancestor of the ancient era walked out of the shrine. She had heard the conversation between Mu Ji and Lu Yin, but she did not stop them. Just as Mu Ji had said, the sequence's string was not a secret to certain levels, and the captains of the true God Guards were qualified to know. There was no need for her to explain everything to Lu Yin, and she would not stop Mu Ji from speaking. Mu Ji walked to Lu Yin's side and glanced at the ancestor of the ancient era. He whispered, "By the way, let me remind you that our mission will appear soon. There aren't many corpses left under the Divine Lake. We've used them in batches before and there's no time to accumulate them. This time they will all be used up." With that he left. Lu Yin looked back at the ancestor of the ancient era. The ancestor of the ancient era looked into the distance, took a step and disappeared. Lu Yin returned to the tower and sat quietly thinking about what Mu Ji had said. The Eternals' main goal was the sequence's string. By destroying it they could collapse all the parallel universes. Could this really be done? He had also guessed the meaning of Immortal City. Perhaps it was to suppress the sequence's string so that it would not collapse. One was theoretically able to destroy parallel universes, and the other was born to deal with such a theory. From Lu Yin's point of view, this theory had a huge problem. If destroying the sequence's string could really collapse the universe, then what would happen to the powerhouses from the outer realms who were helping the Eternals? Would they all gather in the disaster region? Obviously not. If those powerhouses were willing to help the Eternals, then they definitely had their reasons. If the universe was destroyed, where would they survive? Lu Yin muttered to himself. The Eternals wanted the humans to see balance, so was this a plan that the Eternals wanted the humans to know about? Regardless of whether Muji was right or not, he was right about one thing. The mission would appear on the third day. The 7 captains of the True God Guard were each given a mission to destroy 7 parallel universes. The parallel universes that Lu Yin was to destroy were connected to the Ice Spirit clan and belonged to them. This was also a connection point. The other captains were to destroy parallel universes that belonged to the 5 spirit clans and the 3 Moons Alliance. The Eternals had long since discovered too many connection points for the sequence's string. They had not attacked these parallel universes in the past since they belonged to the 5 spirit clans, but things were different now. Not only did they have to destroy the parallel universes that belonged to Yu Hua and the Gargoyle, but they also had to destroy the parallel universes that belonged to the 5 spirit clans, the 3 Moons Alliance and White Cloud City. The mission came in a hurry. After confirming the Stargate, the captains set off without bringing any Progenitor Corps kings. The True God Guard's Progenitor Corps kings had been reduced from 100 to less than 50. The 6 Direction Society's war, the Endless Battlefield and the Disaster Region's battle had continuously depleted the Progenitor Corps kings, but there were not endless Progenitor Corps kings. The remaining Progenitor Corps kings had all been taken away to participate in other battles. After passing through the Stargate, Lu Yin arrived at an unfamiliar region of space. He looked around and then headed into the distance. This region was connected to the Ice Spirit clan, and the creatures that existed here had been purged by them. To the original creatures of this region, the Ice Spirit clan was an enemy, just like how the Eternals were an enemy to the humans. In this universe, the division between friend and foe was very simple. This was the most primitive rule of survival. Along the way, Lu Yin saw the Ice Spirit clan. After confirming that he had not come to the wrong place, he tore through the void and headed straight for the Eternal Kingdom to return to the above heaven. At this moment, the above heaven was waiting for White Cloud City's reply. They wanted to know how to help them. Lu Yin's return excited Elder Chan and the others. Why is it here? It's here? Lu Yin was surprised. In the above heaven sect's main hall, Big Sister, Senior Brother Qing Ping, Senior Brother Wuxia, Leng Qing and the others were all present. Half of the Progenitor Realm experts were gathered in the origin space. Jiang Qin has requested for help. White Cloud City's situation is probably not good. Elder Chan immediately said. Lu Yin solemnly said, I came back for this matter. Speaking of this, he looked at Senior Brother Qing Ping in surprise. Senior Brother, you? Qing Ping's expression was calm. Progenitor Realm. Lu Yin was dumbfounded. Didn't you fail? Big Sister grinned. Congratulations, little 7. This senior brother of yours has walked a different path. Although he failed the Progenitor Realm origin tribulation, he was still able to return to the Progenitor Realm. This matter has made the half-step ancestors in the origin space excited. They can't wait to break through to the Progenitor Realm. Lu Yin was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Congratulations, senior brother. Even a solemn person like Qing Ping had a rare smile on his face. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of a disciple that Mr. Mu had acknowledged. Senior Brother Wuxia had single-handedly defeated countless members of the 6 Direction Society, and even the 7 Sky Gods had taken note of him. Senior Brother Wuxia's strength was unfathomable, and now Senior Brother Qing Ping had actually been able to walk another path. Since Senior Brother has broken through to the Progenitor Realm, we have more than enough manpower. Everyone, the Eternals and White Cloud City have started an all-out war. This has caused White Cloud City to be unable to rescue the 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance. We also can't spare any manpower to stop the Eternals from destroying the spacetime. I, Lu Yin, as the above heaven sect's Dao Master and the Master of the Origin Space, give the order. Everyone was solemn. Nether Ancestor, Qing Ping, Wuxia, Xiaochen, Su Wei, and Wuxia are to head to 6 different spacetime and stop the Eternals from destroying the spacetime. Even though Big Sister and the others didn't understand what Lu Yin was talking about, They only needed to listen to Lu Yin's orders. Didn't you say there are 7 spacetime? Since you're disguised as Yi Bo, shouldn't you be in charge of 1 spacetime? Elder Chan reminded him. Lu Yin frowned. Yes, his spacetime also needed people to act, or his identity as Yi Bo would be wasted. I'll go. A loud shout came from outside the main hall. Lu Qi walked out of the void. Lu Yin looked over. Dad. Lu Qi grinned. Little 7, let me join in. Lu Yin was troubled. If you go, what about the astral tree? With Forefather Tianyi overseeing, there's nothing to be afraid of even if the sole true God comes. Besides, Forefather Lu Yuan is only in seclusion. He's not dead, Lu Qi said loudly. Lu Yin was speechless. If the forefather heard this, he would have a hard time. Lu Yin didn't hesitate. Fathers could go, then Lu Qi could go as well. Besides, Lu Yin was the one who had asked for it. This was what it meant to be a cultivator. Whether it was life or death, they had to fight. Contact Su Wuwei and Wuxia. We'll set off as soon as they arrive. There's no time to lose, Lu Yin formally ordered. Not long after, Xiaoqian, Su Wuwei and Wuxia arrived. Su Wuwei had been delaying the berserk corpses at the edge of the void god spacetime, but this time he had to take action. Forefather Lu Tianyi had personally gone to the void god spacetime to deal with the berserk corpses. If possible, Lu Yin also wanted to ask Forefather Lu Tianyi to deal with all the berserk corpses in the Six Direction Society. However, this kind of thing could only be done once. Once it was done, the Eternals could use similar methods to set a trap for Lu Tianyi. Sometimes, when faced with a situation, there were clearly people who could resolve it, but they couldn't. Wuxia had personally killed the berserk corpses in the wood spacetime. Chapter 2974. When everyone arrived, Lu Yin immediately brought them to the Ice Spirit Clan. Only through the Ice Spirit Clan could they reach the parallel universes where the 5 spirit clans and the March Alliance were about to be destroyed. Lu Yin assigned each captain an opponent according to the characteristics of the true God Guard captains. He himself went to the Ice Spirit Realm. Crazy Director Xiaoqian went to the parallel universes that he was supposed to destroy to at least leave traces of the battle. Far away from the Ice Spirit Realm, the Ice Master was still freezing the corpse. The sequence particles spread from the ground of the Ice Spirit Realm and connected to the Ice Master sequence particles, constantly consuming them. Lu Yin arrived at the Ice Spirit Realm and saw this scene. He hurriedly went underground to check on Bing Xin and contacted the Ice Master at the same time. The Ice Master learned of Lu Yin's arrival but did not have time to return. As for Big Sister and the others, they were taken to other parallel universes by the Ice Spirit Clan. In a parallel universe filled with flames, Dual Blade Stream was constantly slashing in all directions. A creature completely made of flames was crazily swallowing high temperatures and wrapping around the Dual Blade Stream. It's time to deal with it. The Fire Spirit Clan can't help at all when dealing with the corpse, the blue-haired man shouted. The pink-haired woman cheered. I've been annoyed with it for a long time. It almost burned my hair. Cut it, cut it. As soon as she finished speaking, the blue-haired man hugged the pink-haired woman in his arms. The two of them touched and gradually turned into 2 long sabers. One was icy blue and flowed with colorful lights, while the other was completely pink and flickered with a cold light. The 2 long sabers slashed out at the same time. The flaming creature was shocked. It was an ancestor of the Fire Spirit Clan, but it was not a sequence law powerhouse. The reason it could block the dual blade stream's slash until now was because it had not used its full strength. Now that the full strength slash had appeared, it felt the aura of death. Could not block it. At this moment, an evil Sarira suddenly appeared and flew toward the dual blade stream. The dual blade stream's slash was stopped. It was surprised. What's that? Wuxia walked out of the void. Your opponent is me. At the same time, in parallel universes, the true God Guard captains encountered enemies. In front of Wu Ho stood Su Wei. A huge cauldron brought with it a majestic void god power. The void god space actually has the ability to support the 5 spirit clans? Wu Ho was surprised. Looks like you know my god space very well. Let's see if you can stop me. Su Wuwei's expression. In front of Zhongpan, Lu Qi grinned and laughed. You are really abnormal. Your physical strength is strong, but you can't kill me. I am the undying Lu Qi. Zhongpan leaped out, raised his fist and punched down. The God Investiture catalog appeared above Lu Qi's head. The power of the Imperial Sword walked out, but it was shattered by Zhong Pan's punch. After the power of the imperial sword was shattered, Lu Qi visualized the fifth continent behind him. Come. Wang Xiaoyu looked at Qing Ping, who had walked out. I know you. You're the interstellar arbitration's head judge. You've actually broken through to the ancestor realm? Qing Ping was surprised. I know you too. You're a noble from the battlefield on the back side of the starry sky of trees. When I went there to train and fight for the origin item, I've heard of the 12 Marquises. As the beloved of progenitor Qin, you betrayed the human race. It's not up to you to decide who is right and who is wrong. Can you take the scepter? Can you withstand the trial? Under the starry sky, Big Sister's expression was strange. She gnashed her teeth in anger. Damn little Seven, you actually gave me a dog. Woof, what are you barking for? Be careful or I'll eat dog meat. The heavenly hound was furious and slammed into Big Sister. Big Sister raised her eyebrows. You still want to bite me? I'll teach the dog a lesson today. Woof. Mu Ji stared blankly ahead. There was deep fear and disbelief in the depths of his eyes. Mu Ji, why are you here? Mu Ji looked at Mu Ji. Long time no see, Mu Ji. Mu Shikong has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Mu Ji's expression changed. Why are you here? Did the Six Paths Guild interfere in this war? Where did you get the ability to do so? Mu Ji raised his long blade. Mu Ji, leave your name in the wood scripture. As the disciple of the wood god, you betrayed Mu Shikong and became his biggest spy. Today I'll clean you up. Lu Yin walked out of the ice spirit realm. Bing Xian's sequence particles were constantly being consumed. He couldn't continue. Otherwise Bing Xian might be crippled. He headed towards the ice matriarch. Not long after, he saw the ice matriarch and the corpse that was constantly being consumed by the sequence particles. He frowned. This method was useless. It could only stall for a while, but it would also exhaust the sequence particles. Pathmaster Lu, how many more of these monsters do the Eternals have? The ice matriarch hurriedly asked when she saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's tone was low. Not many. Senior, can't you deal with them? The ice matriarch was helpless. Their bodies are strong and they can resist the sequence laws. I can barely freeze them. If this continues, what will happen to Bing Xian? Lu Yin asked. The ice matriarch didn't answer. Silence was the best answer. Lu Yin looked at the corpse that was constantly being frozen and walked over step by step. Pathmaster Lu, what are you doing? Be careful, he's very powerful. The ice matriarch reminded him. Lu Yin said, let me try. I can't let Bing Xian be crippled. The ice matriarch was speechless. If this continued, Bing Xian would indeed be crippled. But even she couldn't do it. How much could Lu Yin do? It was already very impressive that he could escape from her. After all, he wasn't even an extreme powerhouse. But this monster made her feel helpless. Lu Yin approached the corpse. Even though the berserk corpse had been frozen, his eyes, which had been completely corroded by divine power, were still moving. He stared at Lu Yin with a terrifying, crazed killing intent. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing such a monster up close. Mu Ji had said that there weren't many left in the divine power lake, but even a few were enough to cause a disaster. He could resist the sequence laws because his body had been eroded by divine power. His skin, eyes, and even hair were all red. They couldn't cultivate divine power, but they became monsters through this method. Since it was divine power, Lu Yin should be able to deal with it. Lu Yin thought as he raised his hand and placed it outside the frozen corpse. It was cold to the touch. This was the freezing sequence law, and he felt as if he was about to be frozen. Pathmaster Lu, the ice matriarch couldn't help but call out. Lu Yin took a deep breath and tried to absorb the divine power. The Eternals couldn't control the berserk corpse. It was just a monster that killed because divine power had eroded its body, including its brain. Those who cultivated divine power couldn't absorb the divine power that had invaded the corpse. But Lu Yin was different. He didn't cultivate divine power on his own. He could absorb it now, but not with his own body. He relied on the red dot in his heart that had transformed. He pressed his hand against the frozen corpse and tried to absorb the red dot in his heart, but there was no reaction. Lu Yin stared at the berserk corpse's scarlet eyes, and the starry sky in his heart suddenly released. The world of nothingness instantly isolated Lu Yin from the current spacetime. The moment it swept past the corpse, it pushed the frozen sequence law away. The ice matriarch was shocked. Master Lu Yu. The corpse broke free from the ice and reached out to grab Lu Yin. His fingers were as sharp as blades. Lu Yin didn't doubt that with the corpse's physical strength, even he might not be able to block it. It wasn't that the corpse was strong but that its body was too strong. Even the sequence laws couldn't harm it. Lu Yin took a step forward and reversed spacetime, appearing beside the corpse. The world of nothingness swept past the corpse, but there were only a few scars. There was no blood, which surprised Lu Yin. Even the shaman spirit god had been injured by the world of nothingness. In terms of pure physical strength, the corpse was actually stronger than the shaman spirit god. The divine power had completely eroded the body. This situation was similar to how the corpse god had completely sealed the sequence law particles in his body. The corpse's attack missed and he couldn't see Lu Yin, so he charged directly at the ice matriarch. The ice matriarch couldn't understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. Lu Yin stared at the corpse, the starry sky in his heart enveloping it. The dot of divine power landed on the corpse's surface, and the corpse suddenly stopped. Its entire body trembled, and the next moment, the red that had been eroded by the divine power faded at a visible rate. To others it might have looked like it had faded, but Lu Yin knew that it had been forcefully absorbed by the red dot. As expected, the starry sky in his heart brought about power that was different from others. Even the powerhouses of the Eternals who cultivated divine power might not be able to do so. The ice matriarch and the rest of the ice spirit race watched in shock as the red on the corpse's surface completely faded. However, the corpse still didn't have any rationality left. Its rationality had long since been eroded and it was completely useless. Even if its divine power had been absorbed, it would still be a monster that only knew how to kill. But now this monster had lost the protection of its divine power. Lu Yin retracted the starry sky and struck the corpse's back with a palm. The corpse spat out blood as its back caved in and its body was sent flying. The corpse was a progenitor, but it was only an ordinary one. Lu Yin could injure it with a single palm strike and it couldn't even fight back against the ice matriarch. It was frozen and Lu Yin shattered it with a wave of his hand. The corpse king couldn't be summoned, but this wasn't a corpse king. A corpse king couldn't have committed a mistake and been thrown into the divine power lake, so Lu Yin summoned it. These progenitors, in the words of the former ancestor, were cultivators who had pledged allegiance to the Eternals but had made mistakes. Of course, there were also progenitors who had been captured by the Eternals, but Lu Yin couldn't tell. Regardless of the situation, these progenitors must have hated the Eternals to begin with, and Lu Yin would release this hatred by summoning them. The ice matriarch's shock didn't lessen when she saw the corpse king's platform again. In addition, Lu Yin had just broken the red layer on the corpse's surface, giving him a mysterious halo. The ice matriarch looked at Lu Yin with indescribable respect. Master Lu, what was that just now? The ice matriarch didn't understand. She, a powerhouse of the sequence laws, couldn't deal with this monster, but Lu Yin had done it so easily. She couldn't understand. In terms of cultivation she was far superior to Lu Yin, and in terms of age they were even more incomparable. How could the difference be so great? Lu Yin looked at the ice matriarch. How many sequence particles does the ice heart have left? The ice matriarch said, "You can rest assured, Master Lu. As long as you don't continue to use it, the ice heart will automatically replenish the sequence particles. The remaining sequence particles are enough to freeze the people inside."